Alright, how's everyone doing? Don't mind my allergies. I've been waiting for about a minute and a half for the sneezing to stop, and it just kind of hasn't. So, like, it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. I hope y'all had a great weekend. Good to see all of you. Yeah. Sneezing, allergies, just general misery. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, but I have coffee. I have coffee. Drunk Wawa's best. I've never had Wawa. Never lived where there's one conveniently. Anyway, I should greet everyone first. Rune did a quick hi-bye at the beginning. If you're still here, go the fuck to work, Rune. We got Fan. How you doing? And yes, I did remember to change, to do my playthrough thing. Yes, I'm not that inept. Beaver, Itzikata, Viking, Cryptic, Jules, New Mexiben, Tenor, Mr. I'm So Smart, Roddy, Foster, Perfection Go Live Tweet. Glad you liked it. I spent too long on that one. Kitty, how are you? Twist, good to see you. Jester, how are you? I like to see you guys having conversations, like, while you're waiting. Like, that's cool. I don't know. Streamers love when you engage with their chat during starting soon, by the way. Just as a general thing. Hey, Sora, how are you? David, good to see you. Priz, hope you're well. Sen, Shay, Lupin. Good to see all of you. Okay, so, what I want to do with this playthrough is we're starting a Clawbringer playthrough today. The goal with this is I want to essentially build up to the Ghostblade setup I have now, but on a character that just does not do DLC 2. I just don't want Imelda in the mix, but I'm going to take the opportunity to show how powerful Clawbringer is while leveling. And also show some cool strats for gearing up when you first do a Chaos Climb. Does all skill proc off minions or effect minions? Yes to both. Yes to both. Morning, Cheeky. How you doing? I'm pretty okay. Kevin's okay too, right, Kevin? You want to step into frame, Cat, so I don't look slightly more unhinged than normal? There we go. See, there's me. Storm Smite build incoming. We'll probably get Storm Smite during the playthrough. So we'll at least have it for, like, the Pyramid. Probably. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the thing. Clawbringer. Oh yeah, we have so many DLC cosmetics now. Let's do this one. Do a small this one. With a small head. Oh yeah, I've dialogue volume off. Huh. Well, I guess we'll do that. I forgot. I never turned my dialogue volume back on. I play with too many builds that run Amnesia, so I just turn it off at all times. And now I can't hear the voices. Okay. See, what do we got head shape wise? Trixie seems appropriate, cause we'll be doing some smug shit. Dialogue volume off is an Outrider's meta choice, is it? Speaking of Outriders, ooh, I like that hair. That's so cool. I like that hair. We're using it. I didn't know this existed, but this looks so cool. Speaking of Outriders, the melee build's been progressing. The damage is getting pretty crazy. But I'm starting to run into survivability issues. Like, on Apocalypse 31, enemies are starting to be able to kill me. So I gotta figure that out. Hey blog, how you doing? Clawbringer playthrough here, you say? Any limitations, just a casual run? I wasn't really thinking any limitations. Just a casual run because I want to have another Clawbringer save at endgame to do stuff with. The plan is loosely to replace one of my existing C50 saves with this, so that I will have a version of the character capable of doing the same things without ever having to see Imelda. So I'm doing a playthrough to remove Imelda from my game, basically. Let's see. Do we go Avatar vibes? Sure. Let's do that. What hair color do the Avatar people have? Is it black or blue? Sounds very non-dev-like. Well, I'm not running the Infinite Shields node. I'm not running the Bleed heal. So I'm just healing off of Skill Leech and punches. My weapon leech is kind of low. I could have more of that, probably. It's black? Okay. No. I love this facial hair, though. Oh, that might have to stay. That might have to stay. It's so glorious. Something about this is intimidating. Like, more intimidating than this. I don't understand. That might have to stay. That's going there. Yep. Yep. Can't change your ear shape with this hairstyle. Unfortunate. Got lots of eye color options. Ooh. When did I get this? That's very Quag-on brand. What color eyes is the avatar? You know, let me look these up. Let me look these up. Hang on. Is that yellow? They're yellow. Okay, they're yellow. Yellow. We're not gonna explain the beard. It's just there. You need to accept the beard. Do long eyelashes. Like to look stylish. I've got long eyelashes too, so. You change eyebrow color. Guess I should change the hair color for that. There we go. There we go. No cat ears, not Quag. Yeah, I'm a fake. Do we need scars or tattoos right now? Or eyeliner or anything? No. We're gonna go function over form for now. Armor decorations... You know, we don't need anything there either. We don't need anything. We're good. Village Idiot, of course. There's arguments for not starting with crit damage. Honestly. Like, at the very start, Attunement's probably a good pick. But... Meh. Alright, what do we name in this character, chat? Basic bitch Quag? I mean, we could. New playthrough? Yeah, Al. Beard looks like it's trying to run away from your face? Exactly. That was because of you, Sora. Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing that. Is this the 24? No, this is not the 24. The 24 will be late this month or at some point next month. Morning, Zank. How you doing? I'm gonna put what fan said. Buy Imelda. Imelda and Wag sit in a tree. No. I can turn dialogue volume on now. Hope everyone's well today. Quite, you know if anyone's read an optimal XP path doesn't include side quests, keep them once you're in endgame? I don't know if anyone's routed it, but I plan on doing that. So we're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be a lot of overworld encounter stuff, and, use of DLCs 1 and 3. That's the plan whenever I'm behind on XP. I'm gonna either go get some collectibles, do an overworld thing that doesn't unlock a quest reward, or go do some runs of DLC 1 or 3. That's a build idea. We're gonna build towards, eventually Ghostblade, but probably do Clawbringer heavy stuff until endgame.
I advise that you better be a badass. We're here to slay evil and get
Can't skip this.
I know you see me as a role model. Follow my lead and you'll be a great fate maker.
Alright, one last thing. Bunkers and Badasses is a role-playing game, baby. That means you do not break character voice.
There's some quest rewards that I am going to be using to my advantage for when we start Chaos climbing, but I'm going to try to save those until we're level 40 Chaos 1.
Tasty.
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to use there. Namely, the Paladin Sword.
I don't see anything.
The Vorkanar's Cog.
Just close your
Though we might get the
eyes.
Cog early, because there's an event for more money in Mount Craw right now as well. Yeah, Vorkanar's Cog, Paladin Sword, Last Rites, Tooth the Raider,
That harbors a dog.
maybe Elder Wyvern's Ring or Insight Ring, probably Shark Lesson Ring.
Heeding the call of the queen.
There's a bunch of quest rewards that are going to be useful for this.
The queen herself! What could she want of us?
She fears the Dragon Lord will soon reawaken. Find his tomb and prevent.
Found Imelda for the first time yesterday. It was difficult. She needs to be adjusted. But it's probably maybe the real issue. No, the thing with Imelda is that her hitboxes are terrible. Like, that's the main thing. Her hitboxes are terrible. She teleports and is physically unreachable. Imelda's thing is that she stops you from being able to interact with her with most things in the game. That's not a you thing. That's a boss design thing. 44-point claw? No. Swift Death have a cap on how much movement speed and gain bonus damage with. It caps out at 30% bonus damage. And that is not a unique 30%. That is a 30% in the same category as enchantments where those are 20 to 30% for hitting one button. Swift Death is completely terrible and it's not worth taking in any build. Ever. There is always a better option than Swift Death.
Ahead, the glint of edge steel beckons you forward.
Nice piece of steel, that.
love a good axe. Great for cleaving, hacking, even a good old...
So the magical hoofprints continue through the cave.
Start a Berserker, focus on frost damage. What gear should I be looking for? Look for things that happen to be frost, because building around an element isn't necessarily something I would recommend in general, but if you happen to be building around something strong that is frost, that forces you into frost, then you can kind of justify it more, in my opinion. So, I'm a really big fan of the Last Rites shotgun. It is a blue quest reward from the 20,000 Years Under the Sea mission in Wartooth Shallows, which you can get access to around like level 17, 18, 19, something like that. So, look out for that, maybe.
You have defeated the crabs. Luckily, they were carrying
Ice Spike spells
for some reason. All yours
will be
now.
great, of the single or triple variety, preferably simple cast. Glacial Cascade spell is pretty good. Frozen Orb, I'm hearing good things about nowadays. Hey newbie, how are you?
What's this?
Any idea where you want to initially build this? Let it ride as you go. I'll probably be throwing Hammer a lot until endgame. As much as I want a Ghostblade, it'll probably be something we just take out for the bosses. Because we don't really have the uptime for Ghostblade to be efficient on a playthrough right now. Like, we have no cooldown, we have no duration, and we don't quite have the damage to not need that. So, it's probably going to be Storm Dragon's Judgment for a while, once we get it. But that's not to level 7, so there's going to be a couple levels of Cleansing Flames. Enjoy while it's here. Hey Dex, how are you? I kind of miss going through the dice. Yeah, kind of miss it. No, I did some internet arguing with people trying to say BL2 is better gunplay than BL3 in Wonderlands. Well, that's how you know someone who's not determined to have any discussion based on reality, because simply not true. Remember, you can like something without just inventing flaws for its purported competition. People are so weird. Heading out. Work stuff. Have an awesome life. Take care. Thanks for stopping in, Zank. Hope work stuff goes well. Appreciate you. I don't need to just be punching. I just kind of felt like it. Hey, Brucey. How are you? People be dumb. It's not them being dumb in this instance, fan. It's just them being hateful beyond reason. Like, they know that they're inventing shit. They just don't care. And then the human mind has an amazing capacity to convince itself of bullshit. You repeat something enough, even you will believe it.
A rock slide bars your way to the village.
We're ruined. All is lost.
Very heroic.
I like space, but you can't breathe up there no matter what anyone says. Good example.
Possible. Without explosives.
Everything I like is flawed. Perfect things give me the creeps. Exactly. Exactly. Got hooked into the Outriders train, got the DLC. Nice, Rowan. It's such a good time. I've really been enjoying Outriders. Bergman was trying to talk me into streaming it more during the week, and he almost succeeded. Like, I was this close to just doing a surprise Outrider stream today. I was very close. Yeah, kaput. Little question about BL3. Is subtitles still bugged like they were last summer? Because downloaded subtitles work really badly in all regions. I imagine that's just a your region thing. This is the first time I've heard of that. And BL3 has not received any major changes in the last year. About a year. So I would imagine that that's still the case. I'm a unicorn, I'm a unicorn, I'm a unicorn.
A single villager remains alive in the carnage. But she looked bad, baby. She looks like she's about to die.
Might as well save her peasant ass.
Well, I mentioned I love the dialogue in this game.
Thank you for saving my peasant.
Yeah, use my action skill. Look at that. It'll be useful for about 2 levels.
I'm looking for the Dragon Lord.
How dare you love this game? I'm sorry.
The Queen would send us a hero. The tomb is in the crypt below Castle Herofast. You must hurry before his minions find it.
The tomb is inside a crypt.
I'm a DJ and I have a DJ and I have a DJ.
Perfect hiding place.
May the Queen's favor see your noble.
Over literally any game ever created.
Are just out
I
now,
understand now.
which is fantasy. It's over there, baby.
Man, Cleansing Flames is so satisfying. I just want to be able to do that without, like, utter failure in endgame. It's like Phase Slam again. Like, you can get it to work, but it wasn't really pleasant until we had Guardian Angel, and I don't really want this game to get a Guardian Angel. Like, it already doesn't one-shot skeletons at level 2. I know I'm on intense, and that's fire on bone, but like, I also don't have a choice in that. Like, there are literally no other action skills available at this point in time.
So, Tina, maybe after this quest, I could be the bunker master. I've been working on a campaign.
All it favors just don't mistake personal taste for objective quality. That, and also don't define yourself by rejecting other people's personal tastes. Because then it's not about liking what you like, it's about hating what other people like. And that's just... ugh. Lurk and suffer. Well, I hope you don't suffer. Enjoy your lurk. Best class combo for Cleansing Flames, Hammer Zerker, or Capstone Area Damage and Tree. I mean, best isn't really a quantifiable thing in these games in most areas for a reason, because even for something as specific as one action skill, you still have many ways of doing that. For example, you know, Spell Shot can still do all its melee stuff. You take a ton of spell damage, you do Spell Blade,
They got none of that.
Paradigm, Buffmeister, all those are things that you could technically do to make Cleansing Flames perform better, and Spell Shot is better with those things. So, like, no real straightforward answer. But Burr would be a good pick. I'd go with either Burr or Spell. There's also an argument for Stabbo because the melee hit is a melee hit, so Alchemical Agent. I like this game's writing more than any other Lands game. I do too. I like it because it's different. It feels different.
Get stopped, guys.
I found it! A tomb inside the crypt! The perfect hiding place! I am coming, my dark master!
He's gonna resurrect the Dragon Lord. That's the exact...
If I had a nickel for every time I heard the phrase, "I'm coming, my dark master."
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
The waystone glows. You feel its magic within your chest, within your mind, within your soul. It asks a question.
Good people still exist though. Saturday night ended up talking to a couple people playing Wonderlands, one new and one who's played quite a bit. The latter and I disagreed on the enjoyability, not once to disparage my opinion in any way. We all ended up having a great discussion about the Lands games as a whole. Just remember they're out there. That is nice to hear, Beaver. It is nice to hear that, you know, discourse, healthy discourse from a non-toxic place is still possible. First playthrough, of course. Loved Tara Irta, but the cutscenes and traversing is annoying. Can be. Gets a little repetitive. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? How stronger concentrated magic barrage spells got one at level 11, carried me all the way to end of story. It's not a spell any Death Shot build. Certain spells are just really good in playthroughs, Jerry. Calamities do really well in playthroughs as well, particularly Extinction Calamities. I had a level 6 Extinction Calamity that carried me through the entire game on my my first playthrough. Level 6. And those don't do particularly well at endgame, it's just they're really good in playthroughs for some reason. They're just at that sweet spot, you know? I think Gearbox will keep the Blight Collar Tree secret till it launches. A new armor color. Huh. I imagine it will be, like, late that we get info on it, yeah. I don't know about till it launches, but we've never gotten skill trees significantly in advance. Sometimes we haven't got them in advance at all. Well, how are you? I'm doing pretty well.
The Dragon Lord is free, suckers!
Dragon Lord, let's do this.
I'd like to see cleansing flames change to make it better. Bigger damage number. Bigger damage number. Maybe unify the scaling, so like make both halves of it scale with both things. So like it's a melee hit and then an ability hit, but make the melee primary hit also scale with ability while still going off of melee stuff, and they make the ability one also scale off melee while still going off the ability stuff. Do you know how Dreadwind is a melee action skill that also scales with ability? Barrage is an ability action skill that also scales with gun. Do that, but for this. So that stacking melee buffs the whole thing. So that stacking ability buffs the whole thing. Because those are bonuses that Clawbringer does not have in skill tree. It has neither melee nor ability in tree at all. So you have to get it from gear or your other class or myth rank. And this would simplify that.
Damn it, he got away. We gotta track him down. I want that big bad boss kind of loot.
The Fate Maker's journey begins as so many do.
Saw someone arguing mid to long range is the only viable option in Wonderlands. Well, that's just how you can tell. Some people believe they try everything.
Despite your heroic efforts,
Like,
the Dragon Lord has escaped!
that the things they've tried are the only things that you can do.
Shiny, friend,
That's where that comes from.
neighborhood? I know where he's headed. He's
I play
after
primarily
Blood
close range
Stallion.
stuff, and
To warn Queen
fine.
Blood Stallion of the Dragon Lord's escape, you must travel far across the Wonderlands to the capital city of Brighthoof.
hey Pointy Toes, how you doing? Good to see you.
Built you guys
How's the weekend? Weekend was pretty chill. Yesterday kind of sucked. My Sundays are always weird.
The road to Brighthoof is blocked. Guess you'll
But
have
like,
to go through that
Saturday
door.
was a good time.
Battle jump
Saturday
Shiny.
was a good time.
Man in the counter. Ha!
Can I just like say no to this? I don't want it.
How's my dialect?
Oh, I can't punch yet. That's why they don't give you the ability to punch. What about trying to make Clawbringer Dragon build purely because the Dragon Lightning skill is shit so cool to me? It seems like it could be good. Storm Breath is a good skill. It's just a little hard to control because it's got a long cooldown and you can't control when it happens or really who the Wyvern uses it on. So it can be a little awkward, but it is good. What are your wishes for Blight Collar? Love the idea of multiclassing with Clawbringer and go full elemental. Hopefully builds well around that. The thing with elemental builds is that they're not a thing because every build is an elemental build. Like, almost all methods of dealing damage in these games have some involvement with elemental damage. So a class having an elemental damage boost in tree, especially the way Clawbringer does it, where it boosts every element, that doesn't make them an elemental specialist. It just is a global buff at everything they do. Think of it that way. Like, for example, every single status effect is elemental. So, like, it just gets that. Because the thing that caused it was elemental. So, I don't really want it to do that. The thing I want Blightcaller to do is I want it to play differently on an actual player input level. So I don't care how they have to achieve that, what kind of skill tree design they have to do. I just want it to play differently and, like, require me to do different things. Oops.
Oh, man, this is the best. I am so glad that you guys are here to play games and be friends. It's just been me in this cave.
May as well unlock this so I can fast travel back here later. Nice to see you back on stream. Nice to be back.
Good. Who's that? Are they alive? Again.
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There are no cats currently available. They're both looking at me now because they hear me talking shit. Anyone want to get pet?
I can tell you're
No? No, they're comfy over there. But I'm ranged patting the Kevin. He's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Land of imagination. So,
What would you imagine a person like me to say? Ah, your aura is radiant. It's top notch, I won't lie.
Please delete the sun. It's a rough one today, Rabbit. Hydrate. Now, knowing you, you're gonna mess that up somehow, but drink drinkable, clean water that is meant for human consumption. For your human consumption specifically. I probably missed a loophole in there. 9 out of 10 go live tweet, obvious lack of Quagsire. I'll do better next time, loading. I'll do better. How you doing? Bean water? I'll drink to that.
If that's the fate you choose to make.
Partnership? What kind?
The only limit to your fortune is your imagination. Or your bank maximum. Or your stomach for killing the dreams of lost.
Am I not leveling? What does that mean?
All you need to do is look into a mirror and say yes to what you see. You've come this far of your own free will. A little farther.
Game crashes whenever I try higher difficulties than any PLCs. Have you tried verifying your game files?
What a brilliant soul you have.
I was born with it.
Though yours is enviable, I was admiring.
You know, getting purples this early is actually kind of nice.
Place them as
I'll
an
take it.
offering in my wheel of fate and see what fortune is in stock. I mean, store for you.
Okay. Skill point wise, I guess we take, Oath of Fire would be smarter to take, but we can just take one of each right now. I'm sure you need to go to the shops, I'm scared to step out directly in the sunlight. Sunscreen, maybe? I've only had sunburn twice in my life, but it's horrible.
Who are you? Are you behind me right now? Hey, you want to get rich? Never know who might give you the old back you punch. It's always the last person you expect.
Burn super easily. Oof.
The proverbial you, not you personally. I'm sure your back is fine.
Oh, my sunscreen's already bagged up. Ah, you already packed. I'm proud of you for that, though. Good news for Rabbit, he needs to fry the water. He'll probably try anyway.
Her coruscating majesty, Queen Butt Stallion, has long protected the wonderlands with the soul magic she imbues into the land itself. But such a precious role requires guarding as well, as the terrible dragon.
Fan just chucking coffee at everyone this morning. It's true.
A new walled city from which to oversee her realm. Brighthoof, the seat of the adamant throne.
What did I hit with that? Oh, barely that. Luckily this melee weapon is really nice.
Bet you wish you'd turned away.
Oh, I think I still have skeleton keys, chat. What if it goes like last playthrough where we get an empowering sigil and then just can freeze melee everything super early? That would be really cool. Because we could freeze enemies and then throw hammers at them. There's more to do in the overworld and endgame. I'd love to see some sort of content update structured at expanding the overworld, like the stuff you do in there. It would have been cool for instead of Dreamvale Overlook, like where you actually physically go to the mirrors in the overworld, and there's like a little overworld area in each, you know, dungeons that give souls. It'd have been cool if the DLC had been expanding the overworld. My point. I'm the last Clawbringer, got an empowering sigil at level 2, used it to level 20. Nice. Let's see, I don't have have any skeleton keys. I used them all. Are there any codes active for skeleton keys right now, chat? Probably not. They're really fun to have for playthroughs. I just don't do playthroughs often. So optimally, we should be doing overworld stuff until level 7. So I can get Stormdragon Judgment, and then that makes the story stuff go a lot easier. Hey, Pragmatic! Bazinga indeed. Thank you for the 7 months with the 3 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wow, that just didn't hit. Hitboxes? Mod check? Ah, sick. Thank you.
Girls say what?
His name is literally Backstab.
That's probably just a...
Oh yeah. I should go to the website for this, but I'll just type it in. Thank you. I clicked claim, but it didn't work. Fuck yes, typing stream. Half awake quag typing stream. So slightly more disappointing than usual. Love how every skeleton sounds like Skeletor. It's honestly great, Irish. I love it too.
Maybe he stabbed himself?
Mysteries like these course in rivers throughout the universe. Anyhoozle, once the shrine is
Wild
complete,
speculation here, but where Dreamville is on the world map, before it was there, the area is still a clearing with a dotted trail leading to it. There's nothing clearing like it farther than that. I'm just wondering if they put it there in case they decided to do a second season pass. Huh. Where exactly do you mean? Might just convince me to leave the Chaos Chambers alone and finish my Claw playthrough. Playthroughs can be fun. The thing that I find burns people out on playthroughs is doing them when they don't want to. I don't often get struck by the mood to do a playthrough, but when I do, I just kind of let it happen. Like, I just do it. Hey, come. A. Thank you for the 7 months, comp. I appreciate it. How you doing?
I never get tired of
Vibe and joining for a nice chat. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hey, one shrine piece coming out, piping hot.
Brooklyn. Oh yeah, I don't need to go up there ever anymore, because there used to be a lucky dice back there. But a lot of the collectibles, they have to, like, go to corners of the overworld for it. You just kind of don't anymore.
Oh, what? Look, girl, there's a pit. You could totally thwack that thing over and cross it. Dang.
Hey, Raise Death, how you doing? My Clawbringer looking like Kratos and using the throw hammer action skill. Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna grind pre-Queen's Gate. That'd be silly. Turn on the shrine. Oh, I forgot to do that, didn't I? I'll go back. Good shout. Just bought BL3 on Steam, so I have all the gear to grind. Hopefully, I'll enjoy it. Many more than launch. How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. And yeah, BL3 in 2022 is a totally different beast from BL3 in 2019. I'd say opinion varies on this, but the golden era of BL3, depending on who you ask, is anywhere from early 2020 to like late 2021, and it hasn't really changed since late 2021. So most people agree that 2019 was not when it was at its best. They hadn't yet ironed out some of the launch issues. New Riot Sessions is out. Posted in your media. This one's really good. I have Riot Sessions bookmarked because I've been considering using that for stream music for a long time.
Don't worry,
Just never actually did it.
table can't hear me. It's just us down here. Hey, I know I'm the villain, but I still just wanted to wish you luck on the whole quest thing. Not that you need luck, right? I mean, you're the fate maker.
Look, is that one in the dungeon? Oh, we've got to add a salvage mechanic. This is costing me a fortune. Bit scuffed up, but good enough for the guard.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Glenny.
Quag Chad 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 Quag Chad.
Quag Chad? Glenny, thank you for the 2 years. 2 years with the 14 streak at tier 2. Quag Chad indeed. Thank you so much. How you doing? Why run a new playthrough? Just for lulz. I want to get this character to Chaos 50 to replace my Ghostblade save as one that has never done a Melda. I am literally doing a playthrough so I don't have to deal with a Melda anymore on my Ghostblade build. Is Melda your most hated boss in all of Borderlands? Well, this isn't Borderlands, but I take your meaning. Yes. I would rather fight any other boss that Gearbox has ever put out than a Melda. Any. Yes, I remember Badassosaurus Rex exists. I would prefer it. Which says a lot. Are there prefixes for other guns like shotgun, bloodshot, pistol, grenade, skills, spell power? No. Also, just generally speaking, dorks, prefixes are not something we identify things by in the BL3 and Wonderlands part set. Yes, cat. Because part variance is far too high for us to bother learning all of those. It's not like BL2 where if you learned every prefix, it's like 18 things per gun. It's like, whatever, that's fine. 18 things per type of gun. But it's way more complex in modern landscapes, so it's not really a good descriptor. For enchantments, sure. That's a little more identifiable. But for parts, no. In terms of guns that scale with spell, Queen's Cry is spell damage, the Explosion of Throwable Hole is spell damage, and then non-magic bloodshots are spell on their chucks, and Fear Nots, crossbow barrel pistols. Ten out of 10 5 stars. Glad you liked it, Kirk. How many Clawbringer builds have you done? A lot at this point. Soggy briskets. I've done a pure melee, just like swinging. I've done a Ghostblade one. I've done a gun build.
Might have signed up myself.
I did a Dreadwind build as well.
I'm up to my codpiece and I'm dead. They came out of nowhere.
Aye, the
you
Dragon
behave,
Lord has returned.
Captain?
I've seen for myself.
The Dragon Lord. Bollocks, we'll have to deal with him later.
The mod I really hope comes out one day, because I know Wonderland's modding isn't a thing.
Lobbing skeletons over the wall.
Yet. Dialogue skip. This game has a lot of that. I mean, name a lands game post BL1 that hasn't had a lot of dialogue. They've all had this issue. People frequently pretend that this is like a Wonderlands thing and that other... I'm not saying you did, by the way. It's just something I've seen. People frequently pretend that other lands games didn't have this same thing. I'm like, that's just not true, though. Like, BL3 had more. Straight up. Had more. It was removed with modding, but it had more.
There, catapult is straight ahead. Good luck, citizen.
Debating which character to play. I'm a big Flak person. I maintain the community Flak builds document. I probably have more hours on Flak than anybody else alive. I wish that was an exaggeration. Probably Flak.
I never get tired of
Hey, Pupty, thank you for the tier 2, 22 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Quagsire Qua.
Quagsire Qua. Yes.
Keep blasting them back to the Grey Hells, citizen.
Okay, so Paladin Mike isn't mine, but I met this cool nerd.
Ever buff Mara's melee augments, like laser ones? Laser
like,
ones.
yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean.
And I was like, ooh, I'm stealing that exit too.
Amara, for melee stuff, can be made to work at endgame. You got options. It's a bit clunky, but you can do it. But the thing with Amara melee is, it's the same concept as damage formulas elsewhere. Amara, for her melee, had a lot of the melee damage stat, but nothing else. Like, she had technically the most potential elemental damage. You had to jump through hoops for that. Other characters could still get good amounts of various elements. Example, Zane and Mose could get a huge amount of cryo. Flak could get the most corrosive. Amara only led for shock and fire. So, like, speaking in practical terms. But more than just melee damage boosts melee. It goes back to 1 times 1 times 1 times 8 is 8, but 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 is 16. Amara melee had, among other issues, formula access issues. Had a lot of one stat and then not enough of the other stuff. That's why Flak is generally a better melee character than Amara, because Flak could diversify damage outlets while still doing melee, and just having fewer of the other problems. Like, Amara also had a cooldown issue. Flak didn't have that.
They've set the last catapult up on the fallen tower. Figure out a way to get over there.
Slam action skill has an augment shine laser. So yeah, that's Phase Slam, and you're talking about Downfall specifically. Which, no, they never made Downfall not shit. Downfall is one of the few things that in 2022 isn't good. Okay, you need to calm down, Kevin. I don't know what you want.
Hundreds of goblin hours to construct.
What do you do if they bring back Slag? They won't. But what will I do? Not use it. But they won't bring that back.
my throws well done.
Don't start again, Kevin. Come on, dude. Yeah. That didn't work. Oh, what happened? Plethora, Quag, Chad, Platypus. Text speech is fun. Huh, was that supposed to be a reset message, Urban Mech? Because it didn't come through as that. Oh yeah, Cleansing Flames opens containers. Oh, wait, hang on. We get a point in awe already? Hello? That's sick. Was my 20 month? Thank you for the 20 months, Urban Mech. I don't know why it didn't come through as a resub message. But thank you so much. Maybe refresh it'll let you do it again? I don't know. Twitch is weird sometimes. But thank you so much for the 20 months. Okay, maybe he'll be calm now. I had 2 double, not a level 5. That's crazy. That's crazy. There it goes.
Plethora, Quag Chad Platypus, Quag Chad Effervescent, Quag Chad Palindrome, Quag Chad Velociraptor. Quag Chad text to speech is fun.
There we go. Thank you, Urban Mech, for the 20 months. Something about text-to-speech saying Velociraptor was so insanely satisfying to me, and I don't know why. Like, specifically the Velociraptor one was great. I almost clipped there. Clawbringer confirmed worst class. I just totally didn't pay attention and almost got knocked off a cliff. That was my own fault. So a lot of people talk about how enemy damage is too high at C50, they're gonna one-shot everything. I have experienced that, don't really have issues with survivability, so I chalk it up to either build gear issues or lack of playstyle adjustments you have a take. I'd say it's impatience regarding re-gearing, and then lack of playstyle adjustment. Once again, it comes down to treating this game like a Borderlands game, where you can just kind of face tank everything. This isn't that kind of game. You can't do that. It will not work. Hey Tama, really new to Wonderlands, trying to figure out what to play. Started with the Pixie build, don't like so much. Is there a place I can find builder guidelines? So, something we eventually developed for Borderlands 3, this game's predecessor, was a community builds document resource that, you know, explained a lot of what you could do. Currently, that doesn't exist because Wonderlands is young enough and still changing frequently enough that we deemed it not yet worth the time. But if you have a specific build concept you want to tackle, those of us here in this community can help you out with that. So, like, is there a specific thing you want to do? Do you want to melee stuff? Do you want to do a spellcaster build? What multi-class do you want to do? We can help you go from wherever your original point is. Hey Paradox, how you doing? Cat build.
Infrastructure edict finally came through.
Kevin says cat build, he does.
Hey, you showed those boneheads.
A lot of Oath of Thunder already.
Oh, one of the Queen's Waystones. No way. I've never actually seen one of these before.
Kevin.
Are you a fate maker?
Can't figure out melee that good. Isn't there a lot of bosses really can't kill? No, not at all. There's exactly 2 bosses that you are physically incapable of meleeing during one phase each of their fight. And both of them are DLC bosses. So, every boss in the game can be killed with melee damage. There's always a way of doing so.
The Dragon Lord's armies don't stand a chance.
Oh man, you're doing so well. Too bad I don't.
Some of them are going to require a little more gear to do so. Some of them are going to be a little more painful to do so. But you can do it. In fact, at Chaos 50, Intense, the max difficulty this game has to offer, 2 of my 3 builds that I have at Chaos 50 are melee builds. And they're entirely different flavors of melee builds. That's an empowering sigil. I should have looked before I bought that. It's awkward. You think I can make enough money to buy this in 10 minutes? We'll have to see. Need a melee build done? Nope. Nope. Copium. We'll just get another one. It's fine.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
So my 2 melee builds that I run at C50 right now are, one of them is a Claw Stalker, which is Clawbringer and Sabomancer, using the Ghost Blade action skill and the Snake Stick melee weapon, so I have a lot of things doing melee damage at once. Not only am I swinging, I have my 3 Hydra pets that are also doing melee, and then I have my Ghost Blade, which is doing melee as well. And then my other melee build is a Frost Shiver, which is Berserker Sabomancer, and I go invisible, swing a really big greatsword, light a bunch of enemies on fire, and I get chained fire explosions, and they die from big status effects from my melee weapon. And both of those are very viable on C50. The Frost Shiver one in particular is quite tanky. The survivability issues that some people are reporting at C50, I'm not having those at all. Because I've built in a way that it's not an issue for me. And I'm able to boss perfectly well. Like to play tanky builds. Berserker is a very tanky class that lends a lot to melee. So you can pair a Berserker and a Sabomancer together for some good damage, some good tank, and a lot of tools in your toolkit for melee. Poster builds anywhere? Not really. I'm too much of a live content focused person. Like, I just don't have the energy or real desire to maintain my YouTube channel, which is why it never really went anywhere, and I haven't uploaded to the main channel in a few months. In BL3's content cycle, a lot of my builds did end up in the community documents. But I prefer my content to have some sort of longevity. And with how this game is still pretty frequently changing, I haven't really felt the need to change my habits. Although, maybe after DLC 4 I start doing that. We'll see. Undecided. But I'm digging your live content. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really helpful to hear. I like to know what you guys like.
Better hurry if you're gonna stop me and save the world. I can only drag my feet destroying Brighthoof for so long.
I can totally make enough money to but I'm not gonna.
Oi!
Thought I got a tiebreaker. My Hammer Zerker. I hope it helps my damage. Depending on what elements you're using, it can. Got a question. Been stuck on Chaos 37 for a while now. Don't have the damage output for drill. Classes of melee Frost Shiver. What should I grind for? Better melee weapon or boss weapon? Depends on your skill tree setup. So for example, what my Frost Shiver uses for drill, other than just big damage from occasional sword hits, is I use Executioner's Blade, and then I just shoot a gun to deal melee damage. So you could really use either. So depending on which one you get, Cryptic, you could either respec into Executioner's Blade and then your melee weapon would become the basis for some of your ranged damage, or you could go for a boss and gun and just kill that way. Doing the Dark Blade status, but Dark Blade status. I don't know what you're referring to, Paradox. Would the fish sword guarantees gross shots be good for it? Not really, no. You're just like you? Well, I like you guys. Ghostblade. Oh, Ghostblade. Fish doesn't really have the stat profile I like for a Ghostblade. It swings slow. It doesn't have a fantastic base damage, and its crit stats are kind of janky. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Wouldn't be the best thing, though. I wouldn't really recommend it. And the guaranteed corrosive dot from it only happens on you actually swinging the weapon. Connecting with that. Hilt mods in this game require actual melee attacks, with very few exceptions. The exceptions are some of the things that are most overperforming in the game, such as the Spellblade. The other place I can see the Berserker Stabments or melee build, that's what I know what to go for. One second. That's the skill tree for it. Thank you for the help. You're welcome, Top Monk. Always happy to help out. We do that here. If I wasn't in the middle of a playthrough, I would just play the build for you right now. Maybe I can deviate and do like a Chaos Chamber run on it. I want to finish this mission at least first, though. And no guarantees on that. But that's the skill tree. In terms of the gear I run, Wailing Banshee is my favorite sword for that. And then the other gear is pretty flexible. Even the hilt mod you have on the sword is pretty flexible. If you want to be super tanky, then a Vampire hilt is great because you'll be getting back some health and wards each time you swing. I highly recommend a body rune for some good tank and damage. And then for your rings, you want to get stuff that benefits melee. For your gun, I really like running a Scalawag, which is a purple, or could be blue as well. It's a non-unique Skulldugger pistol that can have a blade and apply melee crossbolts, but really any gun that applies melee crossbolts is going to be your go-to there. Basically, you shoot the enemy a bunch, and then you start swinging a sword at him. And any of your gunshots or spell attacks that crit will spawn, or have a chance to spawn, your Executioner's Blade, which is going to be melee damage that you deal from range. So that can be really nice for targets a bit out of your sword reach. I'm gonna keep picking up everything for sale purposes.
But you see that the drawbridge to the inner walls has been raised. You're stuck on this side.
Also, someone posted a build use Taser to proc Executioner's Blade. How good would that be? It would be consistent Executioner's Blade procs comp, but the thing is the taser itself is doing no damage, so you have no real reason to use that over just using a gun that would do something for you to proc the blade. For example, a gun that applies melee crossbolts. Executioner's Blade's damage is going to go up against a target that has melee crossbolts, so you have no reason to not just use that over a taser. And Executioner's Blade has an internal cooldown of 0.7 seconds, I believe. So it's not really going to give you any more either. It'll just be more hands-off. And class mods are really good. I like Selective Amnesia for when I use that build, Top Monk, because what it does is it gives you a really, really big damage bonus based on your movement speed for a few seconds after you take damage. Now, it'll be a bit tough to overcome initially, as you learn it. It lights you on fire when you take damage, so it can hurt. But if you have good survivability, you can just kind of eat that. And what's notable about Selective Amnesia is that it doesn't just look at how fast you're moving, it looks at how fast you can move. So if you check your movement speed stat, whatever percentage that is, it takes that and gives it to you as damage. If that sounds really good, it's because that's really good. Can't seem to remember what that one does. I see what you did there.
It feels so good to be a hero.
Wonderland's Horde mode through Bright Hope would be great. That would be. That'd be really nice. Spelled using Ghostblade. Can't seem to find a spell I enjoy to be able to quick cast. I use the Fortifying Sigil to heal myself, block enemy projectiles, and give me a damage buff while inside. That is my go-to on that. Because that multi-class has no healing options in skill tree. So if you're gonna heal, it's gotta be from gear.
Wields great power in the face of evil. It feels like something lost long ago.
I'm gonna reach a point where I can only stick to expositions for gear. Thank you, Apocalypse Gear. Let's go, Road. That's a big hurdle.
Bloody brilliantly done. Over here, Fate Maker. You've saved us all, Fate Maker. You are the hero of Brighthoof.
They're using something to mass replenish the taser, so they would spam like a bunch of tasers. Yeah, no, I get that, but like, it's still choosing to do no damage with your weapon when you could just have equal Executioner's Blade uptime with something that does damage, or something that increases your damage. So, say shooting a Scalawag.
Her magnificence. It just washes over you, man.
Yes, I feel it. It's fizzy.
You spilled your soda.
Yes, I did, and it was in honor of the Queen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah, okay. So, she says you are the bravest Fate Maker the Wonderlands has seen in generations. But though you have pushed back the
Grass hurt, do not recommend.
his downfall can only be
I think you've been using grass wrong.
You must go and retrieve
the Sword of Souls.
I was getting to that. Yeah, it's a Sword of Souls. Although, thank you, Valentine, for paying attention to the exposition.
The Sword of Souls is the coolest weapon in the whole game. Are we really getting that?
I mean, if you complete the quest, yeah.
I'll murder this whole quest and everyone in it. I want that sword.
Intense.
Relatable,
but
Fret.
It's in the right spirit. Mostly.
Spell to use for the melee build. For the one I was describing to you, I use Inflammation. Because the cool thing about Inflammation is it's a flamethrower spell, but when you affect an enemy with it, an enemy that's on fire from that, well, that status counts as a spell, which is different than every other status effect in the game. So, your Executioner's Blade can happen on an enemy you've lit on fire and then stop paying attention to. That makes Inflammation really good. And any enemy that dies while affected by Inflammation's fire like that, they explode. And then that explosion spreads that status to any enemies in the explosion. How do you spell it? Like that.
There, a bridge upturned. Perhaps you could cross over it. Give it a big thwack. Them's a haiku, baby.
Debating how much side stuff to do right now. I think I'll wait. Don't need Pixie Fear Not builds? No, because I have absolutely no interest in Pixies. Fear Nots, yes, because Fear Nots come in different flavors. But Pixies, no. I have zero interest in that. There are much more interesting ways to not play the video game. So that's how I feel about that.
The Queen says that the sword was hidden here in case the evil souls rose from their graves and needed to get absorbed forever.
Why didn't she just absorb the Dragon Lord's soul and be done with him?
Quite, is it necessary to get all the shrines on all playthroughs outside of Throtus Punches? I mean, I would recommend it. Oh, we're so close to being able to afford that.
Yeah, Fret.
Sucker.
Okay, we got 15 minutes to make enough money to afford that. That's so doable. Yeah, you get buffs. So, yes. Like, loot luck? Absolutely. Moon Orb gain? Absolutely. XP? I mean, that one's up for debate, really. But yeah, you get wisdom for having all shrines as well. So if you're doing anything dot related, well, jamming these new sessions, nice.
Hey, you little cutie idiots!
Hey.
You're here for the Sword of Souls, aren't you? They put me in here for being possessive, but the joke's on them. I'm gonna get to the sword.
Outriders, can you still do base campaign? Yeah, you can, Block. You can.
Make me his right-hand lady.
And thanks for answering, Shag. I missed that one initially. My bad.
In the face a lot. The Dragon Lord is so cool and evil. Not like you, cutie idiot. Blah.
That's how more conversations should end.
I love this voice type. Very direct.
That's not gonna work on me, you cutie dummy. I told you I was possessive. That body sucks.
Or they got rid of it like Destiny? Yeah, they did not. Hey Scully, realistically, what do you think our time frame is till BL4? Do you think they should bring some of Wonderland's gameplay over to it or not? I understand what's sparking this discussion. Alright, let's dive into it. Timeline for BL4, I legitimately do not care. I don't think it's soon, but I also don't care. I'll enjoy it when it's out, but I'm not really losing sleep over it. In terms of if they should bring over things from Wonderlands, yes, absolutely, because gameplay improvements should always be looked at in game design, whether it's from the same studio, whether it's from other studios, whether it's in the same genre, or just in another video game entirely. If they can make core gameplay better, or introduce features that people like that could play well, then yes, they can and should. Unlike a lot of people having this discourse, I do not want them to do Borderlands 2 again, or Borderlands 3 again. I always want something new. I want it to grow and evolve with what players who actually consume the product want. So, I'm in no rush, and if it takes them a bit of time to figure out what they want to do with that, sure. There's also, you know, Unreal 5 is a thing, so people suspect that another mainline Borderlands title would be Unreal Engine 5.
I'll give you a good home.
And to be perfectly clear, I have more BL3 hours than everyone I know except for one singular person who didn't stop playing it when Wonderlands came out. I did. I probably have more Borderlands 3 hours than any two people you know put together. It's partially a flex, but partially just truth. I have a lot of love for BL3. BL3 is what made me as a content creator as well. It got me out of some dark shit in my personal life. Like, I love BL3. It does a lot of things game design-wise that I like. Do I want the next Borderlands game to just be that game again? Absolutely fucking not.
Moisten.
Moisten indeed, Mr. Adblock. Thank you for the 20 months. I would be heartbroken if the next Borderlands game was just the same thing again.
Ooh, dark magic gives you health-stealing power.
Because we've been on an upwards trend. Core game design has simply gotten better. Example. Borderlands 1 was a very simple game. Borderlands 2 expanded on it in every possible way. Borderlands the pre-sequel was Borderlands 2 but with better core gameplay and better character design. And better character integration into the story. Borderlands 3 continued that momentum, had a more fleshed out and diverse endgame, better skill tree design, better character design, better item balance. Wonderlands, same energy. Like, I want them to continue, I don't want them to step backwards. And we got an empowering sigil, so game's over. We win. Tales from the Borderlands is a good story. I enjoyed it as like a movie. Sure. Respect the fuck out of the response, just wondering your POV. Yeah, happy to give it. Happy to give it. BO3 got me to the rest of the series, to be honest. BO3 and Wonderlands brought the most new players in. Now, though the more nostalgia-minded people would completely reject that statement, but, you know, that's just the numbers. Those two games brought in the most new players to Gearbox looter shooters. That's just what happened. Biggest sales, biggest reach, the biggest retention of new audience. BL3, and then Wonderlands outdid BL3. Remains to be seen whether Wonderlands continues that momentum, but currently that's how it stands. So I want them to continue going in the direction that will pull in more fans and please more people. That is what I want. Because why have just me enjoy a thing when we could have everybody enjoy a thing? Simple as that.
Like rubbish. Died nicely though. Then let's get this over with.
These people who run around acting like every new decision they've made post Borderlands 2 has been a departure from the franchise. Those people, it's the gaming equivalent of the people who never developmentally got out of high school. That's what it is. Like, bro, come on. It's over. Move on. Mr. Headblock, taking care of stream elements. Thank you for 307 gift subs in the channel. You absolute legend. People might not like this idea. What if being on Epic pulled in more fans? Personally, don't like to be on Epic first, but I'm all for it. Gives them more money and resources to get this franchise. Now, I don't have the numbers on that. Exclusivity doesn't matter to me personally, as long as I'm still able to get it on the particular, you know, platform. So, like, Epic exclusivity doesn't mean shit, because anyone can download that launcher for free onto their PC. So, like, whatever. It's not like it's specifically not on consoles at all. So I don't personally care, and I don't think exclusivity means much in that regard. But I know some people really dislike it, so it's hard to say which way pulls in more people. We have Storm Dragon's Judgment though now, so that's a win. I think nothing annoys me more than people complain about Wonderland's endgame. These are just the kind of people think Borderlands 2 is better than all Borderlands 2 had for endgame is a few raid bosses that knew how to one-shot in multiple ways. Exactly, Demon Cars. Like, they were barely bosses at all. It was just, hey, you can do another playthrough. Or, hey, you can fight raid bosses, which are basically loot pinatas that Nova occasionally, that most players don't even bother to go to. DigiPeak was great. Never take away DigiPeak from that game. Remember, this is a great example of acknowledge what something did well and how we can build on it and move forward, even if you don't like the thing as a whole. For example, me as a whole, I do not think Borderlands 2 was nearly as good as people give it credit for. I think it was very weak in comparison to future entries. Very, very weak. Did a lot wrong. It was a great example of what not to do. It built on Borderlands 1 in some meaningful ways, but I'm glad we moved past it. But there are some things that game did very well that I like a lot. For example, DigiPeak was a great piece of content. Love DigiPeak. Everything about DigiPeak except for the OP levels stuff, love it. I think it was really strong when it came out. Compared to what? Because when it came out, it didn't have endgame. It just didn't. Because your endgame at launch was a hidden Varkid that most people didn't start doing until a year later. And Terramorphous was on a 1-day lockout. Yes, you heard me, a 24-hour cooldown. Also, on launch, BL2's core gameplay was competing with the likes of Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and Halo 4, which are shooters with just much more polished core mechanics.
The Royal Majesty says you will need to find the Tome of Fate and read the Fate Maker's Creed.
Like, those were games that came out within 2 months of BL2 that feel like they're 5 years newer. Just saying. Not to mention the only way to get the items you wanted was to save quit over and over again. Yeah, and manipulate your save, because you had to read-only for that. There was literally no way in the game to refarm these items that people obsess over, such as the Pimpernel. Like, you couldn't get another one. You had to either do a whole other playthrough, or manipulate your save. So... question mark? The thing about the Borderlands movie and cast they have, I think it'll be good, silly fun. You know the Mortal Kombat movie that came out last year? I wouldn't say that was a good movie by any means, but it was an enjoyable movie. And a movie does not have to be textbook good, like cinema art, for it to be enjoyable. And I think what they're shooting for is enjoyable. I think they have a good cast to do that.
Your voice echoes through the ghastly ruins. There is no answer.
Done 24-hour cooldown many times when I was younger. Hey, some little guy.
Freaking out. It's just a minute. This is why I shoot every chest just to be sure.
Password farm was actually absolutely terrible. Great people on console still doing that. I played Gauge on PS4, Thermal. I played Borderlands 2 on PS4 with Gauge. Most of my playtime was not playing the game. So yeah, I know, I get it.
Reading?
Out loud.
And hi Zen, how you doing? My opinion, Wonderlands is by far the best endgame, so why it bothers me so much when people say they don't like the endgame. I just don't get it. Because they're not endgame players. Damon Karasu. That's the thing. It'll be primarily the people who just kind of dabble in a bunch of areas and then move on. Or it'll be the story playthrough-oriented people who just do themed playthroughs infinitely, and they think that save-quitting enemies is gameplay, or they at least try to delude other people into believing that save-quitting enemies is gameplay.
Place the tome of fate upon the pedestal.
They're not endgame-focused players. Simple as that. Me, I'm an endgame guy. This game does what I want it to. It's as simple as that.
Fate brings us together.
Ooh, I like that. Fate brings
More
us
variety is always good, but keep in mind, those same people had the same complaints in BL3, where there was more variety.
But I guess, you know, fate brought us together.
Compare Chaos Chamber, let's say Diablo 3 Greater Rifts. Exactly. I do exactly the same thing. Am I a DC fan? Somewhat, Beaver. I'm a pretty big Batman fan. There's a couple other characters I keep an eye on like what's happening in their comic arcs. I've been slacking on that lately. But yeah, you could call me a DC fan. Totally called out of work today and just lied about my car not started by notification. Didn't want to go back to work. Well, I won't rat on you, Thermal. Hunting for weapons to use in endgame is the endgame. Yeah, like... Like, you're telling me your 10th year of farming for fastballs on Salvador is endgame gameplay? You're telling me that? Your 10th year.
Got that going for you.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
The moldy barrel was filled with decay. And gross stuff. It's full of nasty evil smells, and it's so gross and bad. Oh god, it's one of them.
Tell me what they changed with the live wire. It no longer scales with mag size. Like, it no longer scales with the remaining bullets and mag. So you don't need to shoot it down to 1 or 0 ammo for max damage anymore. They did nerf it slightly in compensation for that, but basically it functions exactly the same, except you just no longer need to shoot it. It's still ridiculously powerful. Just somewhat less so compared to the peak of what it was before. They basically made the live wire easier to use, and then lowered the ceiling slightly. Only slightly. I do not have those complaints in BL3. Wonderland's endgame grind is too repetitive for me. Chaos Chamber. The amount they've changed the game in 4 months is maddening to me. So I personally don't understand the idea that paying attention to the game is bad when we've seen the other extreme of not paying attention to the game. And once again, Borderlands 2's endgame is an unpopulated hellscape due to not being touched. You individually may not have had those complaints during the BL3 cycle, but I saw those same complaints in a totally different scenario from other people. So, I'll consider you an exception to the generalization. Now, in terms of it being repetitive, let's unpack that. An activity that inherently has more variance than any other activity we've had, a literal randomizer game mode that lets you fight different bosses, different enemies, different rooms, with different objectives, that is inherently less repetitive than the core gameplay of the Lands franchise. I will die on that hill, that's just how numbers work. Now, sure, you don't have the option of the game telling you up front, hey, do something different in this mode. You don't have that, but the different things are already happening under the hood. So, like, sure, it's less distinct things you can select from, but there are more things happening in this one thing. Does that mean I don't want other things? No, not at all. I would love to have more game modes. But what we have here is less repetitive than previous stuff. It is just the only thing so far. And I would keep in mind that if we look at, we are less than 4 months into Wonderlands. Less than 4 months into Wonderlands is equivalent to BL3, where it got its first different activity around this time frame. It got Maliwan Takedown in its 3rd month. That was its first post-launch different activity. We've gotten a different Chaos Chamber mode post-launch. People don't really acknowledge that because it's in the Chaos Chamber, so that makes people throw the argument out. Which I feel is disingenuous. But let's compare Borderlands 2. What did Borderlands 2 get new in its first few months? Loot Pinata raid bosses that Nova occasionally. Which are fundamentally the same thing. You pay an Iridium cost to go into a room and smack a Pinata. That's not different gameplay. So I'd once again argue that there's no departures happening. It's simply people's expectations are forgetting what we've gotten before. Do I expect that to necessarily hold up through the whole lifetime of Wonderlands? No, I don't. We'll see how I feel about it after the DLC season's concluded, but Chaos Chamber isn't less. That's just simply not how numbers work. Explain in a vid how the variety within Chaos Chamber is great, so removes choice. Feel free to have got the best of spread out loot pools 2 months after release. They're not getting it here. But that doesn't make sense, some old guy. Could you explain the loot thing in detail? What you actually mean? Because spreading out of loot pools, let's see, you can just go choose the entire category of loot you want from the Chaos Chamber bunnies. I do not understand. You do not choose to go save quit farm an enemy. You instead choose to do the core gameplay of the game, Chaos Chamber, the game's randomizer-based endgame, and then you choose which category of item you want at the end. You still choose. It is still player choice driven. And if you do not want to do Chaos Chamber, guess what? There's only like maybe a dozen items in the game that you can't get outside of Chaos Chamber. Maybe a dozen? Remember, world drops come from anywhere. In terms of Chaos Chamber exclusive items, it's like a dozen. There's gear that is exclusive to DLC until you complete 4 different forms of that DLC's boss. There's still gear that is exclusive to dedicated farming and is not available through any other means. There's still player choice. Don't mean in a condescending way, why isn't Gearbox hiring you on their PR team as a consultant? Well, I mean, I'm literally on the content creation team for the game, bro. Technically, I am under contract to, like, promote the game. But this is just my personal opinion. Technically, like, they fucking did. In a way. 2K did, at least. Also feeling my right leg for around 2 hours now, just kind of hoping it does come back. I have some familiarity with that stuff, Rabbit. Hopefully it clears up for you. That sucks to hear. Thanks for bringing some claw. Left mine at home. I got you, Jaybridge. I always got you. had people tell me this game has no raid bosses because they don't have the word invincible in the title. Yeah. I've seen that take too, Al. It's hilarious. Like, oh, so a single word in a boss name is now gameplay? Cool. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Personally think that, like, I got hard times going back to BL2 after BL3's gameplay. I have the same feeling going back to BL3's endgame after Wonderland's lack of grinding to earn your mayhem levels really pushing me away. That's something I always disliked about the mayhem system, Zen. Yeah. People never had to earn their progression in that game. And while that may have pleased people who don't believe in playing gameplay, because there's a huge, huge portion of LAN's fans who, whether they know this about themselves or not, fundamentally what they want to do in the game is not play the game, because they will ask for ways to bypass bosses, they will ask for ways to bypass progression, they'll ask for ways to bypass the gameplay itself. Case in point, people who want to use pixies on just a raid boss without having to go through the content to unlock said raid boss on the max chaos level without going through the content to unlock that max chaos level. That's just an example. But we saw how that negatively affected the long-term health of BL3 with, for example, when the Guardian Takedown first came out, it was right after we got an endgame difficulty overhaul, and the Mayhem system changed from 4 max to 10 max. People jumped up to 10 without progressing through up to 10. So they did not know what they were doing, their builds did not hold up, they didn't gear properly, they didn't understand how the game worked, and a lot of player power that was later added to us was not there yet. So, you had people who did not know the game they were playing, going to the highest difficulty, complaining it was too hard, getting things nerfed, and those things were never restored, by the way. And the game was worse off for it. So having to progress and earn endgame difficulty levels is something I'm a huge fan of. And going back to Borderlands 2, that is something Borderlands 2 did right for me. Having to earn your OP levels through the peak, that was a good gameplay decision. That was a good game design choice, and I'm glad it's back here.
Finally! Pick it up, newbie!
Get that sword!
I think what most people tend to forget is this game's created during a pandemic, so they went through the worst of it, had everyone worked from home. Other LAN's games didn't have that to contend with, so in context, we need to be grateful what they did in the time they did. That's true. This game was entirely developed in a pandemic. Now, a lot of Borderlands 3's DLC content cycle was also pandemic development, so they should absolutely get credit for what they did in that game as well. But yeah, this game was done largely remotely, which is a huge achievement, and that's not something that the games industry has had to really do for AAA titles before 2020. Previous games had curated endgame, we knew it was going to happen, we're able to adapt to that. Chaos Chamber is our first true randomized endgame experience, and also comp within Chaos Chamber, there are curated options. You have Chaos Trials, which are 100% fixed. You have featured runs, which rotate weekly, but are curated. They're even letting us vote on runs for featured runs from time to time. We got to do that once, and they said we're going to do so again in the future. And then there's different playlists of randomized content. You have normal runs, you have extended runs, you have boss runs, all randomized, and you choose exactly how it's framed. 153 difficulties, Reddit 1, take it or leave it, yeah. You can play this game on any chaos level 0 through 50, so that is 51 difficulties. Then you've got the gameplay tab in your menu for another 3 different difficulties. It's 153 difficulties. That's not including if you were doing the Chaos Chamber itself. You have curses, which is more difficulty-based customization.
Now you must take the sword back to Brighthoof.
You have complete control. Do alchemy, Rabbit. Do alchemy. People just want something to do in Wonderlands, take them somewhere else that's not Chaos Chamber. I mean, I can agree with that. What difference would that make at the same time? No, I don't think that's an unreasonable request, Thermal. I want to be perfectly clear. Asking for more is not unreasonable. Saying that there isn't much is unreasonable. Because that's just not true. It's a perception thing. But asking for more, I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Asking for things that give us things to do outside of the Chaos Chamber, I think that's just kind of healthy. I would like to see that, and they from time to time give us things that are indicative of what they might do with that. Like, the current event that's on right now, you get more money in Tangle Drift and Mount Craw. Specifically, the non-Chaos Chamber Tangle Drift and Mount Craw. That's not much, but it's something. Last week's event, we had extra money and drops from overworld encounters, which is not Chaos Chamber. I don't think it's an unreasonable request.
Here's something.
Hey Mango, how you doing? Huh. Huh. Anyone else ever get an amalgam at level 7? I'm just gonna put that in my bank forever. Like, it's not useful to this character, but it's funny. Alright, I spent 5 minutes playing the game, so I have the right to be able to beat the game at hardest level. Yeah.
As you place the sword into the fountain, soul energy.
Got a claw at 7, not an amalgam yet. Love the grind in Wonderlands. Not saying I'll go up to Chaos 50. Not sure how to enjoy my experience in Chaos 50. Love this grind in present. When I have people saying 50 Chaos levels is too much, saying no, if you don't want to climb 50 levels, don't do it. If you don't enjoy Chaos 50, tune your Chaos level down. There's never been a need to play at the highest difficulty. Scream it from the rooftops then. I 100% agree. It is completely elective difficulty. Like, it doesn't unlock more content. It is simply bigger numbers for people who seek greater challenge. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. That is all it is. But there's a certain kind of fan base that doesn't interpret that well. And that's not limited to Lands fans. I find that's a looter-shooter fan thing. It's just the entire game genre. They just kind of don't receive that in the spirit that maybe it's intended. A comparison that was made before was Diablo 3. Diablo 3, people did not reach max difficulty in that game until about 7 or 8 years after it came out. That's how long-term the progression was. To hit Greater Rift 150, it was 7 or 8 years after Diablo 3 came out. And people were chill with it. Because it's a perspective thing. It's probably best not to throw around the word too much, but Comp mentioned it's an entitlement thing, and I don't think that's too far off the mark. Like, you don't have to play on Chaos 50 if you don't want to. If it's too much for you, guess what? You found your limit. If progressing to that point is too much for you, guess what? You found your investment limit and you don't have to go there. You could leave a character on Chaos 7 forever and miss out on absolutely zero content that the game has to offer. You could still play and enjoy everything. Back, why is Squad yelling? I'm not yelling. I'm just forcefully explaining. We're all just having a discussion.
People keep calling me the hero of Brighthoof.
But if I don't play at the highest difficulty, it reflects poorly on my worth as a gamer American. Odd question. Do you watch Distortion 2? Yeah. I do. This makes good content. I mostly lurk there, but I do enjoy the vibes. So you link to the vid? Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Thank you. Sounds like BL2 for being with OP levels. And I think that's something that people are gonna learn to process properly with time, Lacosius, because eventually people did come to the point where they understood that, okay, if I want to have fun in BL2 endgame, there's certain OP levels that I need to not touch. And some people eventually process that. I'd say a majority of people don't go past OP 8 for that reason. And it's something they've accepted and still find enjoyment in the game. Some of the more purist players don't go into OP levels at all and still have a great time. And, like, that's the right play. Play on what you have fun on. You don't need to go for the biggest number. You don't. It will just kill your enjoyment, and it'll, for a lot of people, make you act out in ways that kind of make you look silly. Like, I know Lazy is a big fan of running OP0. K6 is a big fan of running OP0. I know K6 and Epic were also enjoying downpatching the game to like level 50 and enjoying that, like, which was very much pre-OP levels. On Borderlands 3, there are items that were Mayhem 4 exclusive, Mayhem 6 exclusive. Wonderlands doesn't have that. Exactly.
The Tavern Keeper waves you over.
Still, Borderlands game's difficulty isn't great. Of course, like Joel said weeks ago, increased reload speed, fire rate, movement speed, etc. rather than damage and HP for enemies is more interesting. I would love to see a faster enemies modifier. As like a Chaos Chamber modifier. As a curse in this game. I would absolutely love it. Like, make them move faster, fire faster, and stuff. But regarding enemy fire rate, we do have that as a modifier in both BL3 and this game. And curses are ways of making the game more difficult without just pumping HP values. Curses do that, and you choose them. Like, that's already a thing that's in this game. It's in. Now, people who quit the game before actually delving into endgame meaningfully, such as the person you cited, don't acknowledge that because it's not convenient to their argument. But that stuff exists. I would like to see expansion on that stuff, but it exists.
You did us a mighty fine favor. Now, out of thanks for saving our city, let me avail you of our amenities here in the Soda Tavern. Here's a magical quick change kiosk. If you need to change anything fundamental...
You love it until Eden came barreling at you at Mach 4 and then you need new pants. And I, walking through the aisles in the Walmart, would be enjoying myself despite duck walking with the soiled pants. Like, it's that simple.
And right here is our lost loot machine. Very popular. Any nice...
Yeah, because modifiers and curses are annoying to many players. There's good ones, doesn't come with mine, I guess. But, like, that's ignoring the fact that you can choose. Like, I'm not saying the modifiers system isn't without flaws, because there's absolutely flaws. But in the majority of situations, one of your choices will be just a difficulty increase.
Well, you could be off adventuring. Have a busy day.
Fate Maker! Got a little surprise for you. The Queen is so impressed.
Like, it's still player choice driven.
Bloody congrats.
And you know what I choose to do in endgame in this game when I feel it's not difficult enough? I'll start eliting rooms. If that's not difficult enough, I will start taking harder curses to increase my difficulty further. I still have control. It is still on me. It's still my decision to change my gameplay with more difficulty. And if I don't want that, I do not choose it. I think Frozen Vengeance can be medium, because you can get Frozen Vengeance too, that's brutal. Frozen Vengeance is a buff on some builds. Example, on my Greatsword melee build, I take it because it is a buff to me. It's a very small amount of damage, which can turn on my Amnesia class mod. It's a physical target, which means I can hit it with my Banshee to spawn the Banshee projectiles to hit other enemies. It just lets me have ranged attacks and my full damage. Answer to K6's tweet on what would be perfect endgame for Borderlands that I have no idea because the endgame would depend on the game. Started to have ideas for this conversation. Definitely pass those ideas along. K6 has been good at starting conversations on that subject, and I'd like to reiterate that despite the fact that he and I disagree on a lot of things with how endgame structure and gameplay structure in Lands games should work, we still frequently chat about it and like are on pretty good terms, and there's a lot of mutual respect and stuff. So like, conversating with a different perspective is still healthy and encouraged, and how we as a community decide what we as a community want, and then we provide that feedback, which goes to the devs and the publisher, and it maybe influences what they do for future titles. Making more people more happy should always be the goal, and there's always some sort of compromise, or at the very least, doing both things at the same time. Like, if some people like one activity, some people like another, put both in the game. Easy. Easy. Done. Simple. Not simple, but you get the idea. Just, I figured it would be nice to mention that I like good faith conversations, even with people who don't share the same perspective as me, rather than some people out there who have bad faith conversations with it. They will invent flaws for a thing they don't like and have not put meaningful time into to have an educated opinion on, and then minimize flaws of the things they do like. Whether they realize that they have a blind spot or not, I don't know, but it's fucking annoying. So, be more like K6. Is the takeaway from that.
Fatemaker is lost. What once
You
felt
don't
so
have to
sure
agree
is
to
now
like the way
fragile.
someone does things.
Still, one truth remains standing amidst the wreckage. The forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay, so,
One thing I don't get with some of the community's fixation on pearlescent items, they're stuck on the color of the item and the hunt for gear without considering the hunt's already challenging enough without having even more rare guns. They're just not as good as the more consistently obtained legendaries. Yes, and that's nostalgia. It's nostalgia overriding reason.
Come on, Fatemaker.
I'll prove it to you. Remember when those same people complained in Borderlands 3 that there weren't rare farms and that drops were too forgiving? So then in the very next title, they made everything more rare and lowered the drop rates, and those same people complained? Just realized all my bonk bucks were taken away. What happened? Is there a spreadsheet of all the parts that can come on spell somewhere? Not a public one. Someone thinks the hunt's too easy, tell them to go find a theurge with max size. That would involve playing Chaos Chamber for efficient farming, and they don't want that. Because Chaos Chamber bad. Because it's not safe quitting. Don't remember I had 10.5k last I checked, now I have 460. Did you put some on a prediction or something?
Hey, ask him if we're still getting.
Saw a video that put the perfect amalgam chance to 1 in billions, but no rare farms, by the way. Right?
I'm getting that sir in front of my name.
Never forget that people who define their entire content footprint by hating the newest titles in the Lands franchise, never forget that they will always predicate their arguments by removing actual statistics from the discussion. The whole no rare farms thing in BL3, that argument literally started with ignoring part variants. Like, wait, no, you can't do that. That is not how the video game works, but didn't stop those people. I said it 2 years ago, and I was right, but I'll repeat it again. If you have to ignore statistics to make your nostalgia-based point, you are talking out of your asshole.
As Regent Defender of Brighthoof, I name thee Squire of the Realm.
Squire? Man, that's some dragon dookie.
I know it's not much, but it'll have to do. For your new quest is none other.
Part variance is the thing, can't be ignored, period. Yep. And what did ignoring part variance get us? A game with even worse part variance. Only problem I have with any game, not just Wonderlands, Borderlands, when they have UI bugs or crashing issues on release, sometimes still have problems month after. Just feel like there's some should have been tested before release. I would definitely like more stability, just in games in general. Stability is the most important thing, because think about it, if you develop a game, you spend all this time, all this effort, you have all these different people working on this project, ultimately you want people to play it, right? And crashes and UI issues simply get in the way of people consuming the product. So yeah, I agree. It's never as simple as just fix the thing. We don't know what behind the scenes things have to happen for that. We don't know what's feasible for them to deploy. We don't know what would just get corrected for a future title. We don't know. We don't have that insight. But I agree.
Mine eyes have never seen such a beauty of the seas.
She's a wreck.
Nonsense.
My ideas aren't original. I'm thinking about things like boss rush, grinding enemy difficulties, love to see slaughters being reworked for future titles, being more complex than current ones. Maybe like infinite waves of enemies, the longer you stay alive, the better loot you get. Even more improved raids, takedowns. 100% agree. Love those ideas.
What? But we're so close to taking off.
Forgot that prediction happened. How many you end up getting for that prediction? 1.
That's just how it works, man. Gotta follow the rules or get cursed drowned.
I think part of the issue with playtesting this game has been stated before, done largely by remote during pandemic. Testing was likely challenging at best. Likely. I mean, even something as simple as recording voice lines, as I've seen through other projects, like that's super difficult. Getting a bunch of people in a Zoom call and then getting the right take, like, it's tough. So, like, imagine testing game stuff remotely. Ugh. Clawbringer Pog? Yeah, Chris. Clawbringer playthrough. Hit all 74? Yeah, Jules. Jules, we did. I went and I also backed up the save, so we shot them all twice. On the second run, I got one Ascended Fire used Great Bow.
Sorry. Did you say Sorth?
Yeah, you know, fantasy directions. Nerp, Sorth, Imps, and...
My own personal successful hunt for a stab with Barbalow's status sandwich is infinitely more rewarding than some mythical power combination of a piece of gear I'll never use. If I farm for something, it's because I want to use it, you know?
No, wait. Don't spoil it.
Pogbringer. Hey, Stone's One. How you doing? $74 great bows for what? For shooting to have used great bows. And we did get one Ascended used great bow, which, big pog. Hey, Alan Per, how you doing? Found a volatile Frost Berserker Barbalode last night with all damage. Technically works without mag size, because I used a ×2 Ludite and still get 3 shots off. That's sick, Thermal. That's a good find. It's a very good find. Hey, Rozak. How you guys doing? Think people should just play the game they like. You prefer BL2, play BL2. You prefer BL3, play BL3. All these gems exist at the same time. So I want BL2 things in Wonderlands when you have BL2. That's a surprisingly complex concept for some people, Rozak. Remember, some people will be personally offended by other people getting what they want.
It's right there. It's in the way of our character.
Maybe it's not a cheese curl. Mayhaps it is a...
It's fundamentally toxic, and no matter how non-toxic people present themselves, they self-report with their behavior.
So, you gotta go to a dungeon that I totally already had ready to get the key to unlock it.
Nostalgia Strong gets me when I watch No Way Home, even though I personally think it's a decent movie, past some of the worst CGI I saw in Marvel movies. Yeah, like, same experience. One of my most memorable theater-going experiences was seeing the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie in theaters when I was a kid. Like, that's super memorable to me. So watching No Way Home, of course that hit all the points they were trying to hit, because they were cashing in on my childhood nostalgia. Yeah. I'm intelligent enough to be aware that, you know, I've been suckered by that, but I still enjoyed it. There is a very, very big difference between enjoying something nostalgic and saying that nothing should be made if it's not in line with said nostalgia. That's the core point here. Hey, Peric, how you doing? I think the talking point that pisses me off the most is there are no dedicated drops because it's not even hyperbolic, it's a flat-out lie. Yeah, it is a flat-out lie. It is straight up dishonest. It is not true. It is simply not how things work. But how else are you going to mobilize a fan base that trusts you against a thing you were desperate to find reasons to hate? Dishonesty is effective. So that's why people will say shit like that. dislike Tom Holland Spider-Man, but I don't go around saying they should recast him. I think that aspects of Tom Holland Spider-Man are really cool. Like, I think they finally did a live-action movie one that felt like a teenager out of his depth, you know? They didn't really capture that with Maguire or Garfield Spider-Man, because Maguire felt like an adult the whole time. Which they leaned into to great effect in Spider-Man 2, I must say. That was a really good movie. And then Andrew Garfield Spider-Man felt too cool at all times. Like, he never felt like he was struggling. So, different takes on the character. That's what I like about the Tom Holland one. Like, he feels out of his depth at all times, and I think that's good. Got a cryo-bladed Scalawag, level 38. Let's go. That's a find. The cool thing about that, Zen, is it doesn't need to be on level, because you're not using it for its damage. Like, as long as it has the appropriate crossbolts and blade, you're good. You can use that indefinitely. The only thing that'll suffer is, like, the enchantment will be slightly weaker, because that scales up with level. But other than that, you can use that long term, even all the way up to C50. What I loved about No Way Home is they addressed how scarred and busted the other Parkers were. Made it a bit more relatable in that way. I agree. That was cool. Everyone out here asked for BL2 remasters for getting next year's 20-year anniversary of Tony Hawk's Underground. Yo, can we get Tony Hawk's Underground Collection all remastered? Give me Thug 1, Thug 2, and American Wasteland as a package. I will pay money. I will pay lots of money.
You're really not going to admit you dropped that on accident, are you?
Can I fast travel to Dreamville Overlook yet? Because I went in there. Should be able to, right? Sometimes it doesn't work. Did I not discover the station? Oh, I just didn't discover the station. Alright, we gotta go back. Spider-Man 2, my beloved. The movie's sick.
You see a craftsman looking perturbed, which is like disturbed, but perverted. No.
Hammerzerker Amnesia? Nice. It's called Underground Wasteland I'm in. Yes. I wants it. Love how the game warns you of a level jump, makes players explore the side areas. Yeah, and it gives you control over what you do. You're not railroaded into a single story path the way previous games did. You want to Chadbringer this playthrough, mad in second class after 40? It might end up being Chadbringer until the story's done, Fleece. Maybe. Feels so weird I'm out of commissions, guess it's time to grind Fallout 4. Hey, it's a fun grind. Any cool mods? Mods.
Ah, you there. Help me advance science. I am.
Is Amnesia the best armor for melee Hammerzerker or the one DLC one? I tend to prefer Amnesia myself, Zen. Because the stat it gives you is, not only does it give you a big number, but that's also one that neither of those classes has access to in skill tree. And it's the biggest source of that stat, other than the Graveborn's Faithful Thrall skill, which obviously isn't relevant here. So I'm a really big fan of Amnesia. It also gives you movement speed, which is just useful. Got like 60 installed, mostly visual improvements, trying a couple mods with additional dungeon-like areas, added favorite rifle and some cool hair cosmetics. Nice. Modded Bethesda games are always a happy place. I was really big into Oblivion modding for a long time. Probably replace this gun soon. Been using it for a while. Enjoy doing chums early in playthroughs because the battle actually gets drawn out a bit. Yeah, I do want to do chums as a primary source of XP, like when I hit these points where I need to. I'm also thinking about doing DLC 3 because I can just do the soul farm for XP, right? Like, how good do we think that is as an XP farm? I might wait until I have the XP shrine to do that, but I think that would be pretty good. The point of the Wonderlands has brought actual melee weapons. It's huge and I love it. Yeah, me too. It's something people have wanted for a long time, and we got it. And they're sick. Now, of course, the counter to that has been people pretending that they're not viable. Like, weird take. But, yeah. Why not DLC 2? Don't start, Fleece. Don't you start. Favorite character so far? That's a tough one. So my favorite class kind of shifts with time and what builds I'm playing, Dakota. Lately, I've found myself playing a lot of Stabomancer. For various reasons, using different aspects of it in different builds. But lately, it's been a lot of Stabomancer. Good thing about classes in this game, though, is they're all good. They're all good. They're all good at doing different things. What was I doing? I was gonna do something else, but I forgot. People said about grenades? Yeah, people are still saying, in 2022, that grenades aren't viable in BL3. I'm like, excuse me? Grenades hold several literal world records for content clearing. Like, throwing out the Lucky 7, the fastest clears on every non-Zane character involve grenades in some significant capacity. Less so on Amara, but Flak and Moze, their fastest clears are grenade times. But like, okay. Okay. Did people not use Spring Epicenter? They did not, and then they pretended that they did so they could say it was bad. Made a fire spell shot Clawbringer in crazy numbers with Laser Hand spell. Yeah, Laser Hand's a good time. Laser Hand's a good time. If one grenade can't kill a room equals bad, they've not thought of chucking like 12 or more. But that's the thing, Okose, is one grenade can kill a room in that game. Grenades in BL3 were crazy. You just needed to actually build. One grenade can and did clear a room in that game. You could do that with a gas call. You could do that with a clusterfuck, which is just a purple. You could do it with a fish slap, you could do it with a light speed, you could do it with a hex, you could do it with a hunter seeker. You could do it with a pyro burst. Do it with a sidewinder. Not a sidewinder. What am I thinking of that one? What's the one that did damage to allies? Was that the sidewinder? I'm blanking. You guys know which one I mean. Someone will know. Widowmaker's one you could do it with, but I don't mean that one. Actually, this armor's really good. I'm not gonna get rid of that. 1 potent poisons, 2 exploit their weakness. That's actually sick. Hey, Atris. Spent yesterday grinding Chaos 50. No Imelda fight. Had no issues with Ice Spike Showmonger. Now time to grind Third Mirror. Yeah, fortunately, they changed Chaos Trials, so you no longer get DLC bosses going up. They're completely fixed now. It's just the same rotation as the first 20 Chaos Trials, just again. So that's good. But good luck on the rest of your grind. Laugh really loud and the sync grenades are better in BL2. They only use fastball. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Ugh. Yeah. Yep.
Just looking at this mirror makes me hungry. Ugh, fish.
Do I have the kit to really do Chums right now? Does Chums resist lightning? No, he resists fire.
They drink their own bathwater all day and never leave a drop for
See what happens. Good change to the trials for sure. Felt less grindy than 2035 climb. Yeah. Because you wouldn't have your progression ruined by getting several of an annoying boss in a row. Definitely an improvement. Want to do a new playthrough? Just holding out for the new class drop first. Got to do a new playthrough for it anyways. I'll probably do one then too, Conman. The big thing is going to be forcing myself to do the collectibles on both this playthrough and that one. These are level 13 enemies. Chums is actually going to be present. I'm not supposed to be in here this early. They just let you do it anyway, because player choice.
I see no surprise. But long tail and bends, two at least.
If you got the mineral to go in 5 levels early. Storm Dragon's Judgment does work. It doesn't care that I'm underleveled. You have vision for what this will be endgame? It's gonna be my Ghostblade build at endgame. I'm basically doing this playthrough, Jaybridge, so that I can recreate that save without Imelda being part of it. So that's why I'm doing this. A noble cause. Hey Foster, good morning. Bad day here for me. It's gonna mostly lurk today. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Thanks for helping keep me sane today. Hey, I hope your day turns around, and happy to have you here. Wonder if I have the ammo for this. I don't really have SDUs. Get final move this week for the third one? Yes, final form this week. Looking forward to that.
What an industrious mind you have.
I never had their guns randomly deal all the damage and have, say, your Ruby Spite single arrow take out about 1/4. You probably have the health bug, Manakeek. Occasionally, enemies will fail to load the Chaos HP increase, so it'll look like you're doing more damage, when really they just have less health. So you're fighting C0 health enemies with your C50 build. It's a bit hard to tell when it happens, but for example, if you see an enemy blow up from like 8,000 damage, that's a good indicator. So high for the new class? Me too. Me too. That's gonna not happen because shock resistance.
Your creativity flows.
New class artwork is sick. It is. It looks so cool.
What lies beyond those gates is crazy creamy. Well, let's get the ceremony and stuff done.
These guys might kill me. I really shouldn't be here. I should be doing this after Banshee, but I'm not. Did a respec the other day, jumped into Chaos Chamber, tried out, had health bug totally skew my initial impression. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Two rooms of man is a huge difference to, oh no, this is health bug. I was trying to think what gun I want to use at this point in time. What stuff in general? I could do Mount Craw, and then get Vorkanar's Cog for some good Clawbringer power for my hammer. But I want to save that for later. Oh, well, shit. I could also get Goblin's Bane from Mount Craw. I could just start Mount Craw, get a Goblin's Bane, and then not do the end. That might be the move. Yeah, that might be the play, actually. Because Goblin's Bane would help my hammer throw damage a lot. Until I get my hands on a Spellblade. Which I don't really want to use, but there's a solid chance I do. Goblin Repellent, solid early game. Ooh, yeah. I could use that too. Let me think on that while I run to the bathroom real quick, chat. PP%. Coffee caught up with me. Hang on. BRB. Alright, I'm here. I got a snack too. So I'll eat while I wait for the rest of the ads to run. I got craisins. Probably can't see because it's a black bulb, but... Alright. Is there enough to share? No. Sorry, Pinky.
No one belongs
I'm too greedy.
No matter how old its bars. They're protecting the key to the inner sanctum.
They have names. In non-chaos. See? Nums.
Bullets, maybe?
They have nums.
The column moved. Do that again.
So as we go through this mirror, which is not one of my favorite pieces of content, but you know, it's not a Melda, so I tolerate it. I figured I'd talk about how I feel about the mirrors. I like mirrors as a concept. I think they've got potential, and DLC 3 is a great example of it living up to more of that potential. But I think DLC 1 showcases what you can do wrong with the mirror part before the boss, and then DLC 2 showcases what you can do wrong with the boss after the mirror part. So, I know I've mentioned a couple times today that I am irked by people inventing flaws instead of addressing the ones that are here. This would be one of the ones that are here. Pacing of gameplay within mirrors is inconsistent. Like, Coiled Captor's mirror is one of the only times in the game where I'm bored during mobbing. Actually, just kind of bored. But I'm willing to tolerate it, because of the content that this unlocks. With Glutton's Gamble, the mirror itself is quite fun. The mobbing to get to the boss, honestly enjoyable. I like it. But then the boss itself is a Melda, where most things in the game just don't work with her. So, that was just a bathroom thought I had on, you know, I'm sure the fact that I'm mostly positive about things in this game has led some people to conclude that I'm some sort of paid actor. No, I have my problems with it too. I just talk about the things that I like as well as the things I don't like. Which I think is a model that us as a community, Lands community, Borderlands community, Wonderlands community, whatever you want to call us, I think that's something that more of us should do. Talk about what you like and what you don't like. But don't forget that first bit. Positive feedback is also important feedback. So that's why I talk about mostly positive stuff. Uh-oh, the burrowing. Oh, the burrowing's totally gonna be what gets me. Not gonna survive another one of those.
Not this time. Even gods need their thirst quenched.
I should leave that barrel.
The water's rising now.
Heal up this one though. Your creator seems aren't just shills. No, we're actually a pretty diverse group of people who all have different opinions and are kind of, at least most of us, are united by a genuine desire to assist the community in getting things that they want. And just sharing love of the games. Most of us. Water's rising, get the high ground. Hey Aaron, how you doing today? Get out of the ground. I need to kill you. Will it soft lock? Alright, Owl. I got you. This is provided I'll get to it. I'll account for that in the options. Hey, Silent, thank you for the 6 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. How you doing?
This'll come in handy. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. Can't wait to throw some spells.
Quack, leave, quag, leave, quag, leave, quag, leave, quag, leave.
That's an interesting read text-to-speech. Are you trying to tell me something?
Come on then.
What is soft lock? Progression blocker. So the soft lock with this is sometimes the section where you're waiting for the water to fill. The water just won't fill, ever, so you're stuck until you save quit. Quit playing Wonderland's gotta keep up the support. I appreciate the support. I want to say something about Dead Drops and Wonderlands, which I couldn't remember what it was till now. Back doing New Worlds, Alpha and Beta. The best way to XP is to not play the game. A really simple quest. I should explain this to the next person I see complaining about lack of save code in Wonderlands. Yup. There's an equivalent of that in the game still. Hey Walnut, I am bringing claws today. How you doing? So with these mirrors, the most efficient way to farm loot and souls from the mirror is to not do the final boss. In all three of them, actually. It's just Chums is very quick, so you may as well still do Chums. But with Imelda, it's more efficient to not do her at all. With Theodore, as fun of a boss fight as I personally find him, it's still more efficient to not do him. So like, that's an example of, hey, if you want to just bypass gameplay and farm, there you go. Hate it when content creators are called shills when they say something positive about Wonderlands. It's just that person's way of convincing themselves they don't have to listen to what that creator has to say. It's easier to do if you vilify them in some way. It's disgusting, just my opinion. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I get lots of shit thrown at me for being positive about this game. Same thing happened in Borderlands 3 as well. People just can't fathom that someone would like something in opposition to a mob of people just trying to be toxic. And remember, the primary driving force behind this mob mentality of new thing bad, it's people who don't actually feel that strongly about it, echoing opinions of content creators who just shit on things. That is the driving force. That is the meat of the mob. People who don't know what they're agreeing with, but who trust people and are having their trust abused. So I don't feel ill will towards the majority of the mob, just the people weaponizing and the people with the shill accusations. Is the fourth mirror coming out soon? Yeah, next 2 to 3 weeks we anticipate. Hey boys, Race, how you doing? Things when something doesn't work, the answer to it shouldn't just be never do it again. It should be a list of things that improves it. Slaughters weren't perfect the moment they're introduced. Were great with time feedback how to improve them. Yeah, building on that. Arenas in BL1 were not good. Arenas in BL2 were still not good. Arenas in TPS, amazing. Arenas in Borderlands 3, amazing. That's probably why people want them so bad in Wonderlands, because after a few games, they finally got the format down. It took them a bit, but they did get the format down. Oh, I'm dead. I did call it the prediction.
That's a paradise for snorkeling.
So that's what happens when you go in very underleveled, but that's fine. I got enough XP. I could probably handle Weep Wild now. 0.8% action skill duration. Yeah, I win. Ooh, this would be good. 3 Oath of Thunder, 1 Awe, Claw, and Stab-Up power. I could use this as soon as I get access to Ghostblade. Because when I get access to Ghostblade, I'm gonna want Stab-Up power. Like, a lot. But that's expensive. Another question you might have missed. Do the rooms you encounter in Chaos Chamber depend on the ones you get during Overworld? So there's a bunch of Overworld maps that aren't in the chamber at all. And you can, for example, get rooms from the optional side areas, such as the Oasis or Mount Craw. You can get those rooms without having done those areas. The only rooms and bosses that change based on what you've done in the game are the mirrors. Having done a mirror will add its content to the chamber.
Put it to work so well.
Damn, I love new looks.
You can't go to war without a proper...
Is PLC 1, 2, 3, 4 like one DLC or separate from DLC entirely? They're just interchangeable names for the same thing. Sometimes called DLC, sometimes called PLC. They're the same thing. Okay, so we'll come back at level 13. I also should probably use a gun that isn't level 4. Level 2. But that's fine, it's about what I expected. We got a level and a half out of that, though. So expect to see me doing a lot of chums and Theodore mirrors on this playthrough. Thanks, thought you'd unlock each possible area in Overworld to get them in chambers. Nope, they're all there. By default. I'll grab this quest over here for some easy XP.
Hey, dance fam! I'm Belvedere, the world's first influencer.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Professionally hot.
They commented on why some rooms of the overworld left out. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Still want Castor as a boss in Chambers? That'd be cool. I'd love to see them make that work. This is one of the rooms that isn't in Chambers. I'd like to see this one in there, because it's very open. We don't have a lot of maps in the Chamber that have very open sightlines like this. Like, this is the kind of one that I think would make people feel more willing to try out sniper rifles, for example. Because long sightlines, you know? Sniper rifles are good in this game, but it's another example of people with a voice said they're not, so people just kind of repeat, oh, I know snipers are bad in this game, but do you use them? Like, yes, because snipers aren't bad in this game. Once again, repetition of a point of feedback that has never been accurate. More variety in Chaos Chamber is always a good thing. Yeah, I agree. More variety in general, always a good thing. Wow, if I was a Spore Warden, wow. 2 Wrath of Nature? Armors are so cracked during playthroughs, it's kind of crazy. I think they should add some arenas and takedown like content. People would be happier. Depends on what's feasible. I would like to see arenas, but in terms of takedown like content, see, here's my problem with that. Distinguish a takedown from a mirror, and I'm gonna make you do this on hard mode, other than the fact that takedowns have 2 bosses and mirrors have 1. Distinguish a takedown from a mirror. Go.
Egg on a peg, my prince. I can't thank you enough, hero. I love these blueprints with all my heart. And I do mean romantically. No room for interpretation.
Boys, they were being sarcastic.
My blueprints. Now, to repair this...
We were having a bunch of discussions about how people complain about Chaos Chamber in many situations without merit. Not all, but many. Greater mob density. DLC 3 has higher mob density than the Guardian takedown. Sorry. Mirrors can't be done with the rocket launcher spam alone. I take that as a challenge. Cranberry. I'm sure I could do the first mirror with rocket launchers alone. Gotcha, I haven't played Wonderlands in a while. Work has me exhausted after shifts. I haven't been playing much of anything. Understandable. I hope work slows down and lets you have some free time. But this isn't going to bring me into my next point. So, you advocated for them adding takedown-like content without being aware that they added takedown-like content. Once again proving that a lot of this feedback is driven by lack of familiarity. Not all, but a lot. Invincible's at the end. Imelda is invincible to most things. That should count. Also funny that people complain about Chaos Chamber being repetitive are usually ones who want raid boss, and even more raid bosses in game content. Oh, and their definition of raid boss is loot pinata, you don't have to fight any enemies to get to, doesn't have a lot of health, also doesn't have immune phases, also can't damage you, also has its own loot, but also doesn't have loot just for it, for people who can't handle it. Yeah, you know, so a bunch of contradicting stuff. I was figuring DLC 3 was going to be like 2 in terms of density. No, it's not. DLC 3, in fact, is more enemy density. The boss feels like an actual boss. It's even non-linear. You have 4 different rooms in DLC 3 that you can tackle in any order you choose, and each one is objective-based, with you fighting lots of enemies in 2 of the rooms in particular. In fact, the density in DLC 3 is so high that 2 of the best soul farms in the game are just mobbing in 2 of the rooms against the large density. So I maintain that distinguishing between a mirror and a takedown, with the exception of takedowns having a mini-boss, or you know, boss of less stature at the midway point. Other than that, you cannot distinguish. They are the same. So, takedown-like content, yeah, they've been kind of working on that. If DLC 4 continues the momentum that DLC 3 did, then that bodes pretty well for that, no? Say Loot Pinata, and I never found Raid Boss in BO2 that much rewarding. That's fair. That is fair. Ooh, Sulican's good. about an arena, it's PvP siege mode. I don't ever want PvP in a lands game. It would just not work. It would be who hits who first, always, invariably. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. But some sort of arena mode would be cool. You know, whether a survival mode or, you know, something of the BL3 Circle of Slaughter variety. An arena mode would be cool. Well, think about it. PvP doesn't work in a game where you are spamming room-wide AoEs that do exponentially more damage than your health pool. Like, we deal millions of damage in this game. We have, at endgame, tens of thousands of health. That is not... You can't balance PvP around that. Honestly, the only solo raid boss I liked was BL1 Craw. Both him and his ads are cool to fight. Hyperius comes close too. I like Hyperius. Craw was great. Craw was definitely great. I like Hyperius, Hatterax, Craw. Hemovorus would be next closest. But, you know, Hemovorus is pretty simple. I should go buy an assault rifle SD if I'm gonna use this gun long term. Gotta go get some Chinese food. Ooh, nice. Mine is Dexy. No, it's not. Thank you, level up bonus. He was just really big Vark, a lot of small bugs, and elemental putties for me hanging around. Yeah, so slightly more complex than the BL2 raid boss. Yeah, slightly.
A shrine piece catches your sweet little eye.
Hey, Friolio, how you doing? PvP balance always makes PvE unbalanced unless they're different modes and are balanced separately. And do you think that that is worth time and resources for this kind of game? I don't. It's just my opinion, though. I don't think there's many land players that would want this to be PvP. Oh no? Yeah, me either. Dragons always felt like a proper fight. Dragons are literally the buggiest boss fight they've ever produced. To this day, they still don't work. Borderlands Legends, though. Is their slag immunity they land after shooting the slag in the air? Also, their random ability to decide to land underground. That too. BL1 had those PvP areas, no one used them. Yeah! Yeah, that's a good shout, 12Q. Another thing, dueling isn't in this game. You remember dueling? It's not in this game, but how many of you did not know that? Not me. If you can quietly remove something without people noticing, did it need to be there? Dual spell. You know, only because I remember how annoying it was when it was in place. Oh yeah, in BL3, if you played melee builds that used things other than punching, like the Stinger Shield Nova, it'd be a room-wide AoE that would start a duel with the first player it hit. It was so annoying. Tried a duel, seeing how it could be used for duping in the past is the only reason to duel. TPS giving us the ability to see your friend's loadout and skills is legendary though. Best form it ever took. Yeah. Yeah, TPS did some really cool things. To this day, it still doesn't get enough credit. Actual innovation in that game in a bunch of areas. Shame on, you know, it being very content light, but a lot of that wasn't under their control, as we now know.
Great pose. The dance fam is gonna love this.
Hey Scoops, how you doing?
OMG, perf, so hot.
TPS most underrated lands game? Truth. Truth. Why does Uber keep sending me ads?
You made me look gorge in front of my face.
Like, no, I haven't gone outside in a while. Leave me
You
alone.
can look gorge in front of yours, if you have any.
I'll try my hammer circuitry. Let's take a look. TPS is some of the best mechanical and gameplay-based content ever. Absolutely. The movement in TPS felt amazing, and they managed to do that in the BL2 engine, which I maintain feels like crouch walking through molasses. They managed to make movement in that engine feel good. So, like, that's a win for me. The skill tree design, awesome. Characters felt distinct from each other, thought-provoking and interesting. Everyone's got a different favorite, and, like, no one's invalid, because they all did cool stuff. Just, like, cool. It was a cool game. It had its issues, of course. But it was a cool game. So this is looking pretty good so far, Zen. I would say in terms of your tier 5 investment, it'll be personal taste whether you want Awe, maybe Indomitable, or Iron Squall. I would say point for point, Awe is going to be more impactful. So maybe go for 3 Awe, and then that 4th point, depending on what you're doing, if it's a gun build, either Squall or Indomitable for sure, I'd say. If it's a melee build, then maybe Blast Chill. As for your other points, which action skill are you running? I like a lot of the rest of this. There's maybe an argument against taking Blasphemous Favor because Butt Stallion boosting that skill is just annoying. So if you don't have it spec'd, you can't boost it, but that's like a super minor thing. Ah, Hammer Throw? Yeah, Hammer Throw. Could maybe justify pulling a couple points, or pulling 2 points from Savagery, and then that going into 1 Blood Frenzy and 1 Ancient Fury would diversify your formula a little bit. Because Hammer Throw does get area damage, so if you don't have that on armor, getting a little in skill tree is nice. 1 extra point in Blood Frenzy helps your enrage duration when you can't or won't throw your hammer, and it's also a little bit of survivability bump. I said that already. If you're running a body rune, you don't need that Blood Frenzy point. You could instead just put 2 in Ancient Fury. So, like... Also, I didn't catch. Is this a gun build or a melee build? Oh, here, you guys probably want to see what I'm doing. My bad. Melee? Okay. I'd probably do that, then. Probably do something like that. This Blasphemous point could be another Rebuke point. it could be Radiance. You could take these 3 points between Blasphemous and Rebuke. Technically speaking, you get more tank out of putting them in Radiance because wards get converted favorably with unarmored defense into HP. So, like, this damage reduction doesn't stack up as well because you already have this damage reduction from Storm Breath. So, like, you could just do this and then more tank. And personal preference, whether you want Squall or Awe, because Squall is fire rate and swing speed, which is really nice, but Awe is just really good consistency and improved damage ceiling. And of course, you could just pull 1 to go into Indomitable if you find yourself needing that death save. Yeah. There you go, that's what I ended up with there. Is there a YouTube link? As I'm struggling to find your channel, as I subbed to it, now it's just gone. Yeah, exclamation point YT should be... Hang on. Yeah, I haven't uploaded in, like, forever. My channel still exists, I just don't upload to it. I have a second channel that's my stream archives, so you can see any stream that I've done since Wonderland's launch day. Just upload it to the second channel. But yeah, I just don't upload. Maybe after DLC 4, I start uploading content for this game. It's just, I prefer live content. Being able to chat with you guys while we do the thing. The thing, you know? I missed an ore over there. How did I miss that?
Perfection itself. Quickly now, bring that lead here.
Upload build videos? Yeah, I should. Like when you explain your build, you could record it and put it out as a video. I totally could. And I should. I have a bunch of past VODs with stream markers for me to do exactly that. But I'm not Virgil enough. I'm not motivated enough.
We shall see who is the true alchemist now, brothers. Your payment.
We need to shake out the build video meta. To put it bluntly for Julio, that's never going to happen, even if I actually start producing build videos, because I just don't have a channel of the appropriate size, nor do I care to. That's not like a complaint. I don't have a channel that size because I've never put in the work to have a channel that size. It's not something that interests me. I'm a streamer at heart. I don't love the process of talking to just me and then editing me talking, then uploading me talking. I don't know. It's not something I like.
Okay, fine. Just then,
I prefer conversation.
Just how dank are we talking? I need a dank ranking.
Right channel found then. Said to go there and find Barbara. Couldn't find it, so that was on the channel. It's on the stream channel. It would be on the archive channel. Smoke. It'd be on the archive channel.
This place is dank as hell. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
The reason you're grinding the side quest other than XP? Just XP. Just XP. You're an attention whore? Gotcha. Yeah, you got me. We could buy this for this part of the game. Honestly, that would be really funny against Banshee. Such a waste of money. Main quest levels very quickly outpace your gains if you don't do side stuff. Yeah. The plan for this playthrough is to regularly go do mirrors to keep the levels on pace. Once I get Ghostblade, we're probably gonna do a lot more, mine cart room farming in DLC 3.
Check, how's the party feeling?
I'm great. I'd be even better if Valentine hadn't gotten Queen Diamond killed.
Whoa! How was that my fault? And why do you care? You can't even remember her name!
If we go pillaging like
Alright, that ring's actually kind of sick.
we could stop the Dragon Lord. But no.
I'm still using a level 4 gun.
Okay, vibes are good. Super good vibes. No need to check for their vibes.
Uh-oh. Trouble in the party. Be careful. She'd rather blow up everything than lose control.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. That's more like it.
Oh, this game scale enemy level to your level. To a point. There's areas that have minimum levels. So like this area is minimum level 11. You see I'm level 10, but the enemies are 11. And the game does warn you when you go into a new area, if you are more than 3 levels behind, it'll be like, hey, maybe do some side stuff. Here are a couple places where there's side stuff. But it always lets you just do it anyway if you want to. Oh, too strong, please nerf. It's a good kettle drum, might as well be legendary in early game. That's fair. I think the Dragon Lord's a really great antagonist. Me too.
Yeah, he's a little distracted.
Me too. This kettle drum's like okay, it's a ×8. Which I suppose that is on the higher end for greens, right? Or do kettle drums... How much variance do kettle drums have in green? Now I'm thinking about it. Build you going for this character? It's eventually going to be my Ghostblade build.
Can you help me out?
It's eventually going to be that. Main reason I'm doing this playthrough, well, 2 reasons. One, I'm showcasing how powerful is Clawbringer, just how powerful Clawbringer is through a playthrough and Chaos Climb. And 2, I want to use this to replace my Ghostblade save with one that has not done Imelda, because I don't want Imelda in my boss pool.
I don't know. It's made of wood from the forest, which should make it magicus. I won it in the flexing contest with the fairy punch father.
You made a dollar store Hellwalker thing yet? Like using black powder shotguns, building around that? Yeah, it's one of the first things I did. Fun fact about the Hellwalker, even now, with Hellwalker at the peak of its power, it's outclassed by a ×25 stagecoach. And you know what's in this game? ×25 kettle drums, which are part for part completely identical to ×25 stagecoaches. So we've got better than Hellwalker. Hellwalker wishes it was a kettle drum. I don't know why I went through Imelda DLC, I shouldn't have. I mean, completion of the content that's available to you. Also, there's really good gear from DLC 2, but I have enough characters that I can just get the gear on other saves and transfer it. Barbaload, yeah, that's the main reason. Hellwalker's those sick riffs, though. You can make the noises with your mouth. Meow meow. See? Meow 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 meow. Oh, I didn't shoot on that one. It's a Hellwalker. Melvin Ghostblade don't mix well. Yeah, which is a shame. Oddly, Ghostblade has worse hitboxes on Imelda than Dreadwind does. You can Dreadwind all forms of Imelda in her second phase. You cannot Ghostblade Imelda in her second phase. It's so weird. No! Don't let me die! Oh, that was my fault. I got out of range. There are build stock for Wonderlands? No. Just like last time you asked, boys, game's still changing week to week. Like, this past week is the first week where we didn't get any major changes to the game. The build stocks for Borderlands 3 did not come along until 9+ months into the game's life, where changes to the game had slowed down. But currently, at this point in time in Wonderlands, they're still changing core functionality of skills, of classes, of items, like, every couple weeks. For example, if there had been a build stock, one of the things that would have been very prevalent in said build stock is Contagion builds, and Contagion got changed mechanically on a very fundamental level 2 weeks ago. So it just would not have been an appropriate use of time for the dock team, which is why we're still waiting for updates to slow down. Also, there's a 7th character class, which we've not gotten yet. That'll be relevant not only for what the class itself does, but for what armor skill combinations become possible. Remember, it's going to have a spot on armor in each order for each class. So that's a lot of combinations of potentially different skills we could get. Console fans of leaving a character behind because you don't want to do 50 chaos levels in each character. But that's the thing, Big Boy Smoke. You don't have to do any chaos levels you don't want to. It is all elective. You don't get anything different. It's the same gameplay.
Let's get casting and blasting.
You don't have to. Mobile boss you can't actually get in melee range for. Should be a good use case for Ghostblade, just isn't. It's sad. I love Ghostblade. It's one of my favorite action skills, if not my favorite altogether. But when the hitboxes aren't favorable, like against the Soul Cells and Fyodor, against Banshee unless you do a particular interpretive dance, against Imelda. I'm back, welcome back. Side note, new class coming up. This is a good time to farm armor. Getting good armor is already hard. It's gonna be harder with the new class. Yes and no. In a vacuum, you're absolutely correct that there's gonna be more combinations and more potential duds that you don't want. But on the flip side, because there's a new class, that could potentially roll skills that you weren't able to get for your class before. For example, there's no armor that rolls. Let me just pick something here. Alright, Firebolt and Storm Breath. They don't have any skill combos that roll them. But if Blightcaller Clawbringer rolls that combo, then that would be something that you can get then that you couldn't get now. So it depends on how you look at it. But yes, if you're after something very specific right now, the odds of that individual specific thing do go down once there's more things in the pool. Same reason why doing DLCs on all your characters might not be the play, because it will widen the pool of your world drop pool on that character. That's one of the purposes of this playthrough. I want to be at endgame on my Ghostblade build without having DLC 2 boss and loot cluttering my pools. So if they make armor drops more weighted to your current class, what combination is permanent? Didn't they do that? Pretty sure they did that. Maybe it was another thing they made permanent. Could be misremembering now. Yeah, this level 4 gun is... It's fine against the level 11 enemies, but the level 12s... it starts to get interesting. I'm about to get level up bonus. Maybe I shouldn't kill these, so I have it for something else. That'd be fine. Recommend never doing DLC 2 on melee build playthrough. Take note. Pretty much. If you're running like an Executioner's Blade build, you can do it and be fine. If you're running a Dreadwind build and have enough damage to deal with phase 1, then you're fine. If you're running a Ghostblade build, or a Cleansing Flames build, or a Storm Dragon's Judgment build, then I really would not recommend doing DLC 2 on that character. Loot! Also people that only do certain side missions, so mission reward gun appears in vendors more frequently. Right, if you don't do, for example, the storyline with the trial of the guy who's not evil but being accused of being evil, then you get that gun in your loot pool if you do it. But if you don't, you never have to worry about that showing up when you might be after different rewards instead. It's all about weighing what you do and don't do. And yet another instance of player choice. Wonderland's haters in shambles. Hey, Hellrider. How you doing?
More nasty? We're here!
A file where the only side quest I've done is the one for the Wyvern Ring. Love that ring. It's not the best, but I love it. Oh, I absolutely love the Elder Wyvern Ring. It's not best, but it's hard to quantify best because it's extremely efficient for gearing. Because there's no other rings that give elemental damage, so it's got that going for it. You give up a passive for that, but realistically, there's a lot of rings that only roll 2 passives, and your chances of even getting 2 good passives on a ring, super low. It's got the fixed rolls of always has gun damage, and always has, the fire damage. So every Wyvern ring you get is, on average, better than every other ring you get. Direct upgrade on the kettle drum. Love to see that. Holy Quaking Thunder? Yeah. Like, for example, you could get a mood ring with ability damage, companion health, assault rifle reload speed, and, like, spell crit chance for your gun build. Absolutely nothing about that is desirable, despite mood ring potentially being very good. Whereas your Wyvern ring is just going to be like, hi, I'm already good. But you won't throw your kettle drum off a cliff for a gift sub? See, here's the thing about that, Smoke. Here's the thing about that. You weren't specific. I have 2 kettle drums now. Thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it.
Hero, I have one question for you, and one question only. Explosions?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I knew
Both for just no, thank you. But I appreciate the
Drum
support.
off a cliff for a gift sub.
I appreciate the support. Thank you. Talk about armor being weighted towards what you're playing, incentivizing you to play with different multi-class combinations. Yeah, they did a mini-event with that. It didn't work directly like that. What it did was it weighted armors towards the weight classes of classes you were playing. And currently, each weight class is associated with 2 classes. Like, Heavy is Berserker and Clawbringer. So you could be a just pure class Berserker, but your chances for Clawbringer armor also went up. I'm curious to see what weight class Blightcaller is, because that'll make it asymmetric. So if they ever bring that event back, then that'll shake up how people handle that. Weight classes? Yes, light, medium, and heavy. It doesn't mean anything in gameplay other than armor generation. Not shown anywhere in game. I mean, you can look at the appearance of the armor itself. So see how this is a claw-only armor. It's limited in what it has going on appearance-wise, but you could see the armor plates. They're very clearly like plate armor. That's what Clawbringer armor looks like. Berserker is the other one that makes plate-style armor. If you look at Stabbo and Spell, they're like... Actually, Stabbo's medium. If you look at Spell and Grave, they're like robes. If you look at Stabbo and Spore, they're like leather. So you can just kind of intuitively tell by looking. Any justification in taking the DR 1-point skill in the Clawbringer tree and taking some points out of Savagery for Ghostblade? I always take Storm Breath. If I'm going down to Awe, Storm Breath is no-brainer. You always take this skill if you're going down that far. Because, 1, 15% damage reduction for 1 skill point is fantastic. That's really efficient. 2, Lightning Breath is a really powerful attack. The Storm Breath for the Wyvern itself is, it hits much harder than the Wyvern's regular attacks, but also it hits in a very wide area. And even if you're not focused on your Wyvern doing damage, triggers Awe. So, Storm Breath and Firebolt, you just take those. They're really good. Oh, it's worth noting for Firebolt, this is actually the second most efficient gun damage skill in the entire game. Only beat out by 1 slot 1 kill. But 1 slot 1 kill requires more skill tree investment than most optimal spell shot builds take. So, hey Slick, welcome in. How you doing? Sorry I left you and speaking helping me. Family came home, had to make dinner. Nothing wrong with that. Hope family's good. Hope you're doing well. Never have to apologize for that. Deadshot has like no plates on it. Yeah. The things that determine the visual appearance of your armor are the legendary effect of the armor determines a slight part of it. But for the most part, it's your classes and your passives. Your passives also affect the appearance. And each passive cluster is like dedicated to a different piece. For example, if you have a movement speed passive, that affects how your boots look. It's pretty cool, actually.
Here comes the thunder.
What's the epic weapon called for the melee build? I use a Wailing Banshee for that build I was recommending to you, Tomo. Thor just sprinting through the mob because he's a Chad. Oh, his abilities, not passives? Yeah, it is your classes and the passives. Not a lie, Executioner's Blade is actually fun, and I've been using, I want to say Splintering Ice Spike. It repeats and explodes when you shoot them. That's really high crit chance. It's almost 20 times crit chance, 87, 97, not at home, can't remember. A lot of procs. Yeah, high consistency there, Smoke. Good shout on that. When using Executioner's Blade, I'll either use From the Shadows, or a spell with a very high crit chance to ensure consistency. I tend to like using From the Shadows with it, because then the Executioner's Blade itself will also crit, and that means Alchemical Agent.
Butt-shivering cry is heard through the mist.
Wish there was a cosmetic slot for armors, need more fashion lands. Ah, like a transmog thing? That'd be nice. If I was a berserker, this would be nutty. I should take this. I'm not going to, though. Should take that Ice Spike, honestly. Still not going to. This Hydra would actually be pretty good against the boss. We'll see how that does. Behold, 42% base, 20 possible hits. Yeah. Yeah. Good consistency.
This early? Watch out, Fate-Maker. She's going for a total party.
Wait, this Hydra has an extra charge too? Let's fucking go, dude. It's actually sick. pretty clean. Die in this iceberg, what about Frozen Orb? Then, 2 hits about 60 times. If you have high crit chance on it, sure.
Impressive. I've seen the Banshee mop the floor with high-level characters. Between you and me,
I mean, it's got friend to flame points.
left me the maelstrom of endless insanity, which, you know,
Sure.
I mean,
And honestly, Panamisium's effect might be strong enough to be relevant during the story. 45 base right now. When... that's, like, not bad. I think I'm on some hopium, though. Say something about my message. Sorry, little Alex work. What was your message? Oh, yeah, I did. Storm Breath is good, Paradox. If you were going down to Awe or Capstone or just further than that, you take that skill. Storm Breath is good. Is there a guide for where to find the glowy skulls and chaos rooms? I don't know if there is, Seb. I don't even know all of them yet myself. But yeah, maybe that's a thing that needs to happen. Pad of the stick on my 3DS fell off. Now I'm trying to glue it back on unsuccessfully. Ooh.
You truly are a barbarian. And you, I know you. Come in.
Is that a Skyrim reference?
You know me?
Well, we haven't really.
Thinking of putting one together? I'm sure it'd get good use. Pragmatic. I would use it. There's a couple rooms that I still don't know.
I've been here to protect it, mostly by punching. I've seen enough heroes in my time to know when I've...
Every time there's a new feature, I do spend a bunch of time with it, just learning the container locations I don't know. Caught myself multiple times just looking for the stupid skulls and then noticing them outside of the barrier. Yeah, some of them are a little tricky.
Watch this. Zippy, zappy, pussy, magoo.
Yeah! Is my loot at full power now?
Damn straight. Give it a pluck.
Be hard seeing skulls of potential to spawn don't always spawn. Yeah. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Did you get the Heisen Bussy yet? Why are Swift Death and Sneak Attack the best skills in the game? For anyone who doesn't know the sarcasm here, Swift Death and Sneak Attack are candidates for the worst skills in the game. Because they go into damage categories that are easy to stack with other bonuses, so they're additive with many other things, and they're very low value. And in the case of Swift Death specifically, it also has a terrible condition attached to it. Just not very ideal.
Uh-oh. Party's starting to split. Looks like your story's floating dead in the harbor, Fate Maker.
A fearsome dragon returns, eh?
Doing good of 2 interviews today. The Heisen Bussy. The Magneto guy in Resident Evil. His name's Heisenberg. You got the Heisen Bussy? I would guess no. Are the chaos rooms data mined? Like, do we have the names, IDs of the rooms? I don't know that. Do not know. Wonder how much damage you can actually get with Swift Death when you go Sonic Speed. 30%. 30% that goes in the all damage category. So additive with Faithful Thralls, Selective Amnesia, 1000 Cuts, Amulet passive, Armor passive, Spellcast damage dealt enchant, Action skill start damage dealt enchant, under 50% health enchant, all that stuff. Lord of Edges. It's additive with all of those things. It is not bigger than most of those things. Fortifying Sigil as well, yes. So it's a little bit more than what you get from a Fortifying Sigil. foregoing breakneck speed and investing skill points into a terrible skill. So Swift Death is a lot of effort for basically nothing. It is bad enough that I would recommend that every single build that exists not take Swift Death if you can avoid it. You gotta go fast, be rewarded with damage. Amnesia is just better in every way. Exactly. And the best part of Amnesia is not only is it already better, but you don't actually even have to move fast. You just need the ability to move fast. Selective Amnesia looks at your current move speed stat, not your current move speed, but the stat. So, like, do I have anything that gives movement speed on me right now? Okay, so this Amalgam has 1.5%, regardless of whether I'm moving or not. As long as the effect of the Amnesia is on, that 1.5% goes into my damage. On top of what Amnesia gives on its own, which is 20%. So, Amnesia with absolutely no movement speed in your kit or myth rank anywhere is still almost as powerful as max speed Swift Death without requiring you to move at all. It is simply better in every way. Is this Thursday of the day? Not yet, not yet. It's Cap 30, which is why Swift Death's OP only saying his son loves it. In my head, I heard Eisenbussy was like Bleach Daddy. I mean, that too.
What is this kumbaya bullcrap? We're almost there. Just needs one more thing.
We need some dingling, chat. We got a dingling.
Garbage. More dingling. More.
Oh, that's a big dingling. Torg, that's a big dingling you got there. Can I touch the dingling?
Thank you. And I swear I want to help you complete that quest and keep the good ship Bolzania safe from harm.
I declare this party of heroes.
Convinced Torg's never actually cursed in his life, just so happens he gets sleep. Yeah, so in Borderlands 2, in one of the DLCs, you find out that he actually surgically has a thing implanted where when he curses, it just censors. Yeah. My favorite scene in the game? Mine too. Magic Missile, let's go! Fuck the whales, blow up the ocean. So cool. God, it's so cool.
It's so beautiful.
Man, I love this part. It never gets old. Fish slap. The general my favorite scene of the entire franchise, the entire scene from vibe check to here. It's so well done.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
On one hand, I've got a lot of walking to do now. On the other, completely dodged scurvy. Net win.
Alas, the good ship Balzania has sailed.
Fish on the screen really got me. Yeah, yeah. Stabbo gun only builds versus spell shot general builds with every higher single type of damage because you have class mod 3 skill points, pretty much.
Ocean's gone. Can we just walk to the Dragon Lord's pyramid?
If you take a moment to realize an explosion of that size directed at the exact top of the pyramid would destroy a lot of the pyramid. Magic, though.
Slightly damp dangers remain.
Magic, though. Secondary class unlocked. Stabomancer. Cool. Figuring out what I want here. So like Alchemical Agent is gonna be the true Giga Chad shit to go for here. Haste is just gonna be nice to have. Exploit their weakness is really nice to have as well. Might just keep going in Clawbringer tree though. Here we got strength maxed out. Now we start taking dexterity. We got Ghostblade. So Ghostblade will be what we about for bosses. I should get a bladed weapon, honestly. Haven't done that, but I should. Respect to a left side stabble only? No, stop it. Take me, Quag. Oh, thread me with a good time, Dex. I think it's the same explosion from Bounty of Blood with less green. I mean, why would you remake that entire visual effect if you could just change it and still use it in an impactful way? Like, when this game first came out, I saw people just shitting on that scene, like, oh, they just reused the explosion. Like, alright, would you like to go in and or, you know, not go in, would you like to remotely design that VFX from scratch when they have one they could just use? People are so weird. It's like, remember the discourse, people being mad that God of War Ragnarok is reusing the boat animation? You remember that? Like the animation of getting into a boat? Missed the butt plug, need one in this game. The butt plug was inside you the whole time, Chris.
Those shadows grin with sharpened teeth and mountains stand
You gotta look for the butt plug deep within.
will prevail.
I thought I'd seen the worst from her, but a whole ocean destroyed just to get her story back on track. And you strummed along, happy to play your little game.
What a curse then. You know where you are. Saying Ragnarok's only decent. People are saying that too, Roddy? Wow, I missed that. Flick the bean? Yeah, we gotta flick the bean. Remember when people were afraid that this game's humor would suffer from being T-rated? Do people say that about any sequel these days? Absolutely, because the point is not that it's any actual feedback, it's that you gotta hate on the new thing. It's what all the cool kids do. You just have to dislike it because it's new. And then, when a sequel to that comes out, pretend you liked the other thing the whole time.
This whole damn town's been lifted into the sky by a giant beanstalk. Now, normally, I'd say hell yeah. But I came to check out the new foliage. Cause I love
You're in the jungle, baby.
real bad plants up here, man.
People are mad Wonderland's the same look and feel of BL3 on the same engine. Yeah, like... Content creators have vested interest in keep people interested in the old thing, that's a different topic. Oh, I've discussed this a few times. Yep, you're absolutely correct, and, you know, I imagine you have, the same insight into that I do. 1-2Q. Yeah. That is a, thing that happens. Tangle Drift was so cool. Yeah, the side areas in this game are great. I don't remember which ones, but, I remember that the map designer that did Electricity in BL3, which is my favorite map in that game, Electricity was awesome. The map designer for Electricity did a lot on this game, and that's just a win for me. I don't remember which maps they did, but I remember they did a couple.
The greatest alchemist alive, or at least the greatest in my family. The solution is my secret solution. It will melt them away.
Art style's awesome. The artist's gone full ham in the visuals in Wonderlands. Absolutely. Beautiful looking game. Love Sunfang map design. Yeah. I feel like with cartoon style graphics, there's only so far graphics can be visually enhanced, so not a big deal IMO. And ultimately, I'm a gameplay focused guy. Like, graphics are secondary to gameplay for me. And you can have cartoon-style graphics and have them be stylistic instead of going towards photorealistic. Like, there's more than one way to have good graphics. Great example of stylistic graphics. Sifu. Game came out in February. I streamed it a few times. Really enjoy that game. It's pretty cheap. If you like beat-em-ups, recommend that. But Sifu is very stylistic. Cuphead, great example. Hades, stylistic.
Getting a real
Just bought Sifu last night. I love that game. It's so good.
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya? You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
Alright, what's up, Sinju? You've done it, made the template for the Kingdom Wall. I don't know what that means, but I'm proud of you. If you need a purpose for your graphics, you can tell low effort from conscious choice. Very true. Very good point to make, Pico. I'm done with the Minecraft Kingdom, making an Ascendant server. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we have a Minecraft channel, but I can make one. I know there's enough people who like Minecraft. I think I've just been letting it sit in like other games. If we do have a Minecraft channel, I don't check it. But yeah, I can set that up if people have an interest in seeing what you made. I should equip the Sunder again. That Hydra served me really well though. I'll probably keep it for triggering fire off. I said in other games? Yeah, feel free. Hoping we get a gameplay trailer for Ragnarok on Thursday, Friday this week. Pre-orders go live on Friday, so I think we should get something. I imagine they're working really hard because, you know, every few days there's some Twitter controversy with, like, one of the devs on that game getting death threats from some fanboy saying, how dare you delay the game, when they never delayed the game. Like, wasn't the first major delay for that game, people only found out what it was about because Chris Judge, the voice actor for Kratos, explained that he had some health stuff come up, so the studio was like, okay, we'll wait for you. Like, no questions asked, they're just like, we'll wait. And that's what, like, the first delay for the game was about, because they were supporting him without making the fucking scene about it. Like, wholesome behavior. And Twitter was not having it. Also, you don't delay the game, release it in a shit state, and get death threats anyway. Just do what you think's best for your company. Do what's best for your employees. Like, consumers pay your bills, but employees make the shit that consumers buy to pay your bills. So, yeah, I love that Santa Monica is, like, actually stand by their people. It's good shit. Like how Wonderlands gives you a preview of everything before you do it for real, like Encounters or Chambers or DLC 3 with the mini puzzles for the room. Yeah. With the aspect bosses, to even get in the fight, you have to learn one of the mechanics. Now, it's a mechanic of varying import. On Bunny, it's a very important one. On Gloop, it's a very important one. On Bark, it's like, I guess this is relevant. But to its best for your company has been Blizzard's running mentality. Yeah. Yeah. Gamers being consistently one of the worst groups of people on the internet. Gamers do some really cool, wholesome stuff. And at the same time, there's people who just give us a bad name. Like, remember when DLC 6 for Borderlands 3 got delayed because that was the 2021 winter storms that killed people in Texas? Texas being the state where Gearbox is. So they were not able to be in their homes, so they delayed the DLC. And then the studio and the publisher and the content team all got death threats. Remember that? Forgot it was delayed? Yeah, they delayed it by like a couple weeks because the devs weren't able to be in their homes. And people were dying.
This world's no place for the weak. I've got all the magic I need.
Entitlement in gaming spaces is a real issue, and it gets to a point where we all get associated with it when it is in fact a minority of people acting like shitheads. But still, we all get labeled with that label. That's why we gotta push back. Not just as it's happening, but like before it happens. Condemn that shit. Sad how people just lose sight of real life things that actually matter. They do. It is very sad.
It will be heavily guarded.
If you want the content sooner, help the people who are making, don't threaten them and shit. Not even that. If you want the content sooner, just be patient. Be an adult about it. It's as simple as that. If they're not releasing it, chances are it's just not ready. Like, remember, they get paid based on actually producing the thing, you know? Like, they have a vested interest in releasing the thing in a state where it's good. So, like, they'll release it when they're comfortable that it's gonna make money and that they won't get shit on for it. So they're already doing what you want. I'm from Texas. The amount of people who are super pissed at Walmart employees for being sold a lot of stuff during the snowpocalypse is very sad to see. People will just jump to the... They will knee-jerk at whatever is in front of them without recognizing that there's other human beings impacted by these things, and that even if you're able to come face to face with a person who is at fault, which they never do, that's still another human being, and they deserve a bare minimum of, like, decency. But yeah, they'll just blame retail workers or streamers who stream the game that they're annoyed at, or social media managers for game development studios that, you know, haven't been to their fucking apartment in weeks. Like, it's so fucked.
Got your snot.
Perfection itself.
People look at negatives first, especially if either will or could affect them. The way I look at it, Smoke, is people show you exactly who they are, not when things are going well for them, not when things are at their absolute worst for them, but when people are mildly inconvenienced. That in-between point, where you are just slightly annoyed by something that doesn't actually affect you in any meaningful way, that's when you show exactly who you are.
The seaweed melts away, clearing the path.
If you see any of my brothers, give them a helping hand, would you? They need it.
It's wild how we're all humans, yet so few of us have this intrinsic trait called empathy. Yeah, right? Like, I want to believe that for most people, empathy comes naturally. Like, I want to believe that. Because it should be the default, right? Being an asshole takes extra effort. You need to go out of your way to make someone else's day or life worse. And ultimately, it takes more out of you to do so. I want to believe that. But I don't have the energy to be an asshole. I don't. Takes a lot out of you, and it also doesn't exactly make people want to be around you. It's a high-effort dance for a lonely existence. I've never understood the appeal.
Let's get casting and blood.
The type of people who get off on ruining other people's experiences, yeah, there's something different in your brain. Barely have the energy to get through a normal day, yet alone yell at a random person what amounts to nothing. Exactly. Like, who has the time? Who has the energy? How good is your life that you can afford to spend that much of yourself on just making someone else's day shittier? Like, I don't understand. Empathy is intrinsic. Something changes people along the way, though. Don't know what. Greed, pride, who knows? Different people will be shaped by their experiences in different ways. You know, there's always the argument of nature versus nurture. Some people start out good and don't act as they were. Some people are changed for the better along the way, etc., etc. But, like, fundamentally, even if you were to look at this through the lens of a complete sociopath, right? Like, someone who just lives only for themselves, doesn't care about what is expected, doesn't care about, you know, social norms, all that stuff. It is still more effort to harm people and less effort to just keep to yourself. I don't understand.
Spells are up.
Empathy in any serious situation is needed. Ruining people's experience is bad. The exemption competition to a point where it's no longer competition driven, just rude. I think I get what you're getting at there. Yeah.
Knock you all down. Who's the alpha now, eh? Ha. Bet you wish you turned away.
Capitalism is part of choking out empathy. You're not incorrect. You're not incorrect. But there's plenty of people who, remain assholes even when capitalism isn't involved, so. But yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I've used Quake Center in a while, I forgot just how good the spell is. They're so nice. I don't find myself using them at endgame much. But I really got good parts on this one too. Cooldown part and spell damage, that's a good roll. They've got high based crit, really good coverage. They just do a lot well. I gotta start using these at endgame more. I've found myself using other spells, mainly because it's not really a bossing spell, right? There's not a lot of bosses that sit on the ground in a way that the spell even hits. And it doesn't have the best uptime, but it hits a lot of things at once. So I gotta at least throw one on my dead shot. Maybe do something with that. I don't necessarily want to keep this armor, but it is Stabo power. So I should keep that around for Ghostblade. Should keep that. So something I'm looking at with weapons right now is for Storm Dragon's Judgment, I just care about the crit stats. The crit chance, crit damage. For Ghostblade, I care about all of the stats. The damage, the attack speed, the crit chance, the crit damage, the element, all that matters. So I do need to keep track of both. Fire element want that Calamity Armor, yeah, can do some serious work. Yeah, Fire, Quake, and Sunders are quite nice. Fire as an element gets frequently undervalued in this game, which is weird. I know it... I think it's because people see Soaked, and they're like, oh yeah, fire bad, but like... No, think about it. What is the most common health bar type you see in this game? What is the health bar type that most bosses have? It's flesh. And fire's got a favorable matchup there. Element matching is almost always going to be your peak damage. Just in general. When you can get something in an element that matches up, you do so. I think BL1 Corrosive needs to return. I don't know if I'd put it in terms that direct, but I do like how BL1 Shock and Corrosive worked. Corrosive was a debuff element that wasn't a disaster. And Shock stunned things. Those were cool interactions. BL1 had interesting elements. Like, Corrosive was just a better implemented element than Slag. Shock in that game was more interesting than Shock in previous, or subsequent games, I should say. BL1 Sack and Dots was also wild. Yeah, this is the first Lands game that has dot behavior on par with the cool stuff that BL1 Dots were doing. And I like that.
That should be the place. Find me that bow and get rid of anyone in your way. All that
I have a cat on my desk. BL1 full body explosion on a headshot's still the best damage visual. How you doing, Jake? What? You what? You just catting? Kettle drum offer still stands. I'm good. I'm good. I need it. It's a good gun. Ouch. Kettle drum seems weird to me with mag size. It scales up really well with mag size because kettle drums have like, there's no, pump animation, there's no bolt to pull. You can, if you have enough mag size on a kettle drum, spam it really fast. To the point where kettle drums and boilermakers kind of yo-yo on which one is better until you get enough mag size, and then kettle drum starts winning just like outright. Because you get enough ammo in a mag to fire a kettle drum like 4 times, it is actually really, really good DPS. Now getting that much mag size is kind of tough, but it is entirely possible. It's a cool thing to gear for. If you're looking for an endgame goal to chase. And enough shotgun mag size to do machine gun kettle drum. Oh yeah, we're level 13, almost 14. We can go back and do chums now. Something we could do is we could do enough DLC 3 to get a Stab-O-Matic. What do you think? Playthrough Stab-O-Matic? We wouldn't be doing Spellblade or Spell Shot stuff, so it'd be like fine, right? Face full of chums. So wait, Chums has a couple guns in his loot pool, right? So if you're farming for one of those guns, are you looking for a chum shot? Boo. You know where you are. Jaybridge, come on. You're supposed to have my back in these things. You're supposed to get me.
Never a moment's peace. Let's get cooking, little cinder.
So I'm thinking this playthrough is going to be like over probably 3 days. It'll be today, it'll be tomorrow. Rest in peace for this one still. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. And then we'll be able to start progressing in Endgame Thursday. Probably go back to doing like featured and stuff on that Thursday though. Say get some grinding in before it rotates. And then we'll have Form 4 of Theodore. Oh yeah, I don't have to think for that. Okay. This might level me.
It's perfect. This is the legendary style I needed to elevate my personal brand. Thank you, hero. Sorry, no autographs.
That and Phase 3 Theodore, I haven't tried again, it's tough. Yeah, I'd recommend bringing in a Skeep for Theodore. Next playthrough be the Blight Caller? That's the plan so far, yeah. That is the plan.
Now there's a face I'm always happy to see. And don't mind the mirrors near me. I was talking to you.
I can go there. Yeah, I think we're in a much better position now. Cool, next level we get Firebolt. Should be a nice damage increase, and then we get Storm Breath, and then 3 levels of, like, filler. But then we start getting all points. As you get further down Clawbringer tree, in a playthrough, it's just crazy. Like, Storm Smite in playthrough is gonna be nuts. That'll be at level 25? Yeah, we'll have Storm Smite at level 25. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be real fun. We have a day for DLC for it? We do not yet, Mizu-san. We can assume, based on previous schedules, that it's within, like, 2 to 4 weeks. Because we had a 1-week break between the last DLCs. And then, before that, we didn't have a 1-week break at all. So, like, I'd assume either we get no break or a 1-week break, based on previous schedules. So. Hey Felicia, how you doing?
Looks cold.
So I just jump in and defeat her.
My body has 5 times thicker than magical medicine thought possible. I get to punch
that voice
in
line.
the face here? Count me in.
Alright, fuck it. Let's go get Stab-O-Matic and or Smithy's Ire. Hope they give us some more info about it soon. I'm not crossing my fingers, but that'd be nice. Just yawn too big and got a charler hers in my jaw and tongue. That doesn't sound normal.
Beyond that gate lies Theodore.
0-1, maybe it's 2 weeks this time. Maybe. Maybe.
The sole warden of this prison. Because he was the sole person to want the job.
Yeah, that'll do okay. Already at my level. I was only gone for a few hours.
I never get tired of that.
I mean, we blew up the ocean. Did a couple side things after that. Doing some DLCs to keep pace.
Looks like Theodore's paid some poor souls to
Plan is to complete DLC 3 and then DLC 1 and then maybe do some soul farming in DLC 3. Maybe. But getting a Stab-O-Matic or a Smithy's Ire would be hilarious. Getting a Tiebreaker or a Cape of Tides would also be cool though, with a hammer throw. Spell Quag King Thunder Rex enemies.
Please come into the prison built to trap souls inside. We could always use more.
Theodore binds everything he loves in chains, including the door to his lair. He's hidden the hooks that hold up his gate all around this prison. You'll need to break.
Okay, so for anyone who's unaware, this room that we just stepped into is this is my preferred soul farm. Because you can just post up right here at this ramp, and then you just kill the bloomps in the air, and then that's it. You just use your incidental damage to deal with the barf worms, but the bloomps and the goblins drop the souls. So like you just kill those, you hang out here, just vibing, enjoying life. It's a pretty good farm. Now, we don't really have the kit to do so efficiently right now. I'm gonna blame underleveled guns. That farm works out better though. Works out a lot better. We'll just hang out here for a while. Now, I'm not sure how good on XP this is. Barforms don't give very much at all. We don't have the kit right now to automate it. Also, we don't have XP shrine. Yeah, the scuttles and the blooms and the goblins
Can't wait to
drop the souls.
barbecue some bastards.
It's a farm that exists. Oh yeah, did I ever... Yeah, I couldn't equip the other one yet, but I should equip that. I have amulet slots now.
I feel a storm coming.
On my nerve.
Poor guy also is, I don't understand. There you go, cat.
Can't sling spells no more.
Oh, that's awkward.
Spell slots are ready.
The chest
Pull
down here.
out the oven.
I don't like you. Just thought you should know.
Ah, thank you, Fyodor. I needed to know that.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Okay, that's cheating. Hello? Hello? Did anyone see that? No jump, Jake. Don't do it.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
Ow.
Spells are up.
Don't do it. This cat is trying to jump up on my desk. And he's teleporting away? No, that one walked in thin air. Jake, I see you looking at it. Don't do it. No, don't go for the better angle. You went for the better angle. Yeah, he's hungry. Wait a minute. Cat, wait like half an hour.
Well, that's settled, isn't it?
I see what you're doing.
They thanks for your service, minecart. You lived a noble life.
Would you stop?
No. I'm positioning things to give him not a place to jump.
You're getting farther here than is convenient.
I made a return portal for you. Feels like I'm getting stronger by the second.
Is that a return portal? Ah, Vesper's getting stronger, I see.
He's biting my knee.
There's still a portal you've yet to enter.
Try the tinfoil trick? I've not. So remember how I said Kevin would at least wait for me to be dead to try to eat me? Jake wouldn't. Love Fyodor's voice? Yeah, Fyodor's cool.
Sunk one of his hooks into this world. This place is buzzing with lost souls.
Jake, what is your end game here? There's now a wall of things. Don't go for it. I'm trying to construct a wall of clutter so that he won't want to jump, but he still thinks he can make the jump. He's looking for an opening.
More of their powers. If we destroy those crystals, the lost soul's energy will be released. And with their powers free,
What a rebel.
I suspect they'll show Fyodor exactly what they think.
Spells are spent! I've got all the magic I need!
Okay, he is laid down. I think he's chill for the moment.
Knock you all down!
My henchmen will take care of you once and for all. You are breaking the law.
Is that Jake? Yeah. Ouch. I just threw my hammer. Really? You do me like this?
Here comes the thunder!
Double knot armor. Nice.
The lost souls are beaming. I'm beaming. Everything's perfect.
A credit to the brave! Now that's the good stuff!
There we go. Hear something? I think there's a desk near you. For real. Finally got around to doing Phase 3 Fyodor. I've never been so pissed at a lands game before in my entire life. See, I'm weird. I like the bullet hell stuff. I like it. I want them to throw more projectiles at me. Because I always felt like not making, like, Troy raid boss type thing was a mistake. Because the Troy fight mechanics are so cool. And I always wanted more of that. So, bullet hell. I mean, Woden had the one attack that did that. And Hemovora's had one attack that was like that. But I wanted like an entire fight constructed around that. Which I now have. So, that's cool.
I made a return portal for you. It's the least I can do, especially as I'm getting stronger. She's strong enough now.
Need to seek help? What, me? Yeah, probably. I liked the bullet hell stuff, just don't like how punishing each individual projectile is. I suppose the build I've done it most on is rather tanky, so I could just take hits.
Your home, right? Because you live here now.
Just never ending everything, it's like a tank. But Berserker. Berserker, and you just take the hits. Absorb damage with your ward. Okay.
It seems you've landed in the power center of Fyodor's forge.
Every projectile shouldn't help get the average build. I mean, it doesn't unless you're on C50, where a lot of range damage does that. Are you on C50?
Do you? They're tricky to reach, but I suspect they're exactly what you need to loosen Fyodor's hook in this world.
Healthcare. Healthcare LOL. Brucey, are you the American healthcare system? But let's dig into that, though, Stomp. Every projectile shouldn't health gate the average build. Okay. But, like, if you're on the highest difficulty mode in the game, during a culminating boss fight, where the entirety of the difficulty is shooting static targets while avoiding projectiles, you think it's unreasonable for them to do damage? And C50 but only normal? Okay, well you've got the option of doing relaxed to literally take 15% less damage, which could be the difference. Also, you're on C50, so you know you've chosen a very high elective difficulty. That's all I'm saying. Once again, I think enemy damage on C50 could stand to come down a little bit, but also, you did choose it. And in a scenario where you have to choose between Borderlands bosses, as in they don't do anything, or Wonderlands bosses, where a couple of them hit rather hard, I choose Wonderlands. It's my personal preference. In terms of Fyodor specifically, you have absolutely no reason not to turn it down if it's giving you trouble. Because, like, it's not like he's rewarding in terms of drops to begin with, so you're not going to be missing out on an ascended item. And even if you were, 0.99% chance is not realistic to plan around.
I think not. Dying ain't my style.
Imagine if Woden was bullet hell. A fewer people would have liked it. I still would have liked it, but I can identify that that's a personal preference. It's maybe not in everyone's best interest. Bullet hell is the kind of thing you use sparingly in this kind of game. Just different for me to get frustrated that I have to work for my kills. Yeah, it is different. That's not something that Borderlands ever made any of us do. You never had to work for a kill. With very rare exceptions. Example, Launch Wotan. You had to work for that because it was 4-player scaled. As soon as they introduced scaled takedown, it's like, oh, okay. If I play in balance, I guess you're right about lowering my chaos level. You know, you got options. It might not necessarily be what you want to hear, but that is a solution. If you're not going to make your build tankier, you can directly influence the difficulty of the game. And then failing that, there's always the option of don't take the damage. I'm not saying I do this. I tend to just brute force it a bit myself. But it is an option. Trying to save shotgun ammo for the boss fight. It's not going great.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. This world's no place for the weak.
Know that 2 of my characters can't take C50, so I'm still on C35. That's responsible gameplay. There's a bunch of my builds that I don't expect would make it to C50, so I've been in no rush to take them to C50. That'll just frustrate me. There's a couple builds I'm gonna have to revisit. Hell, one of the ones that I play the most right now, I changed up a bunch of things about it to survive more appropriately on C50, and then that gave me an opportunity to get more damage as well, so I updated the build and it worked fine. But that is because I chose to go to C50. Ultimately, the decision's still up to me. It's not like any content is locked behind it, other than my personal satisfaction. It is elective difficulty. Not convinced that anything short of 500% decrease at the top would make any difference to people complaining about it. I'm not that pessimistic about it. But just like, I think a suitably wordy explanation would help. So like, it would just take a 1% decrease per chaos tier for it to feel entirely reasonable. 1% decrease in scaling, because currently they go up by what, 4% per? Just make it 3% per. Now, of course, because math is sometimes hard to grasp, an explanation would be warranted. Like, yes, this is a 1% change, but 1% applied across, you know, 15 chaos levels equals a significant change. Keep hard mode hard. I don't disagree with the sentiment, but remember, this is the Lands fan base. Standing in a glowing square was deemed too hard by these people when Guardian Takedown came out. So, the Wonderlands fan base, the active players, you guys here providing feedback about the endgame, whether you know it or not, you're inherently more skilled than Borderlands-only players, because you've just had to deal with obstacles in gameplay. The game has been designed in such a way that you have to learn, whereas Borderlands never did that. So you're more conditioned to things like that, but, you know, there's still things that are hurdles to be overcome. And something that this game does with its endgame is, as you climb up the difficulties, the most notable thing, other than enemy health, which doesn't scale up that much, is enemy damage. That's the big thing to conquer. Enemy damage. They simply hit hard. Now, I want them to continue to hit hard, but there is a workable gray area between what it is now and what people want it to be. What? What?
Guards, do your jobs and keep that intruder off the place.
Borderlands players don't like their stuff. That's also true.
That's for making me look. Our spell slots.
Celebrate now. I'll make you pay for this later.
Might be a storm coming.
It's gray area. We use frost damage to kill him. Well done. Ooh. That might actually be real bad for me. Oh shit. Oh shit. No! Not like this! Damn. All that time in here. It's because I stopped paying attention for like a few seconds. It's not your fault, Cat. It's my fault. Damnation. It's okay. We got good XP in there. Honestly, don't mind. We do it again. Try that over that. Element matchup should make it better. It's more claw power. It's gun damage. 3 Oath of Thunder would be nice. I'll at least keep it around.
These are not but pittances in the path to my glory.
Oh. Fuck. Wait. This... Oh, it's an item slot 2 moment. It's an item slot 2 moment. So, item slot 2 in vendors can sometimes do shit it's not supposed to do. Example, this enchantment isn't supposed to be here at this level. And you can tell because it's dealing 0% of the damage. It's not supposed to be here. This enchantment isn't supposed to spawn until like the 30+ bracket, and it's chaotic. Yes. Can we sell enough to afford that? Wait, hang on. I'm gonna do a cheeky thing. We using the bank. I'm selling some shit from my bank. Oh, perfect. I can sell this Ascended Mage Staff. That's what it was made for. I'll sell that too. Is your lost loot empty? Probably not. No. So, that's just straight up not supposed to happen. We got a Chaotic Gluttony at level 14 with an enchantment that isn't supposed to happen yet. Item slot 2. So, always check your item slot 2s.
A gorgeous getaway for fans of barbecue and
Hear people complain about being put to health gate by regular mobs, which are never experienced bosses yet, but not basic mobs. Means they real tuned down to feel however they think they should feel. I note that they're not giving context on what's actually happening, Jaybridge. Example, a lot of those regular mobs, it'll be, okay, you're being shot by the goblins with the blunderbuss that is designed to healthgate you. Or you'll be getting gunned down by the ads in the Bunny Dog raid boss fight, which are some of the highest damage enemies in the game. Or you'll be standing in fire, hitting yourself with a barrel, blowing yourself up with something explosive, while all these other enemies are hitting you, and it all happens at the same time, so you think it's a one-shot. There's not context being provided with those things. Or the trolls. The trolls one-shot you, yes.
Theodore. Emphasis on the odor. He's the sole warden of this prison.
Finished 85% today, so I'm done with that. Bye, see you next stream. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Also the best cannon. I mean, look at my gate chains. It takes multiple cannon shots to destroy those.
Time to go find some conveniently placed cannons then.
Correct. And be careful.
People complain about Healthgate, you imagine if they got...
But he wants you to come in because no soul has ever gotten out.
Remember, Borderlands players, specifically Borderlands, are used to infinite lifesteal. They hold mouse 1, and then nothing can kill them. And then they complain about how easy the game is. But you took away lifesteal in this game, and you gave enemies actual damage. So now they don't know what to do, because enemies live long enough for them to have to fight them. That is what's happening. It is once again boiled down to people looking at this game as a Borderlands game. I wish it isn't. We're jumping in the middle of 8 enemies that all want your pet dead and wonder why you die because you can't face tank them. Yep. And once again, I really want to reiterate that there's some enemies that are hitting quite hard, and in general, incoming damage is high. I don't think it's so high as that the game's unplayable. I think that's an exaggeration. And that is a deflection of responsibility from your build onto you expecting to thrive on the highest difficulty without any knowledge of what you're doing. But I do think it could stand to come down and still be healthy. Now, I'm able to play on Chaos 50 just fine. And do, you know, close quarters, melee builds where I'm taking a lot of damage. And I'm just fine. I'm sure there are some kinds of builds where that doesn't feel actionable.
Never thought I'd be happy to build bridges.
Stop hitting me.
Here comes the thunder.
If there's no mox or lifesteal guns, what would a line of Izzy guns steal? Your soul or something? Izzy scares me. Her awareness of the fact that she's a tabletop game character, it scares me. I don't know why, but Izzy's the scariest thing in the game. I play an Izzy mirror. Me too. Izzy commentating a Circle of Slaughter or something? That'd be sick. like to play at the highest level of difficulty. I'm not typically competitively fast, but I get boss rush clears anywhere from 7.5 to 10 minutes typically, so not terrible. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Definitely well above average.
I never knew minecarts were so multi-purpose.
And yes, playing for personal satisfaction of being on the highest difficulty is totally understandable, and it's why I do it. I've always done that, it's not just a content thing. I always like doing that myself. I just try to keep my expectations reasonable and
This is your doing, isn't it?
understand when to lower. Like just yesterday, in Outriders. I'm used to playing max difficulty, no real problems on my Devastator, but I don't know Pyro that well. And I was leveling my Pyro through World Slayer a little bit, and I had to drop down my Apocalypse tier, just because I had to. I don't have the setup to do super efficient Pyro stuff, and I just had to accept that I was not prepared. So I had to swallow my pride and lower it. It's a thing that happens. It's the price of elective difficulty. You know, sometimes you find yourself unprepared, and though you want to play on the highest, you need to treat it as a progression-based thing.
But I suspect they're exactly what you need to loosen Theodore's hook in this world.
Hammer of Ages!
Gluttony gonna last the rest of the story? Fucking probably. The only thing I'm worried about now is my ammo.
Crawled under all those hammers just for a shot at seeing me? You gotta be better. Admit it.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
I thought that body rocker was gonna be a high projectile one. I was so scared for a minute.
That hook to pieces.
Another example is the extra mission 4, solo against the boss with raising levels of difficulty after stage 20 simply does more damage than you can ever have at HP. It chunkier each stage. Which game is this? PSO2. Ah. Okay. I think enemy damage is so high the game's unplayable? No. Do I think go down like 30-40% so you can heal faster, enemy can damage you? Take a 30-40% of enemy health increase for the damage decrease. I think just lowering the scaling and... Can I see that here? No, I can't. Just lowering the amount by which their damage scales on each cast level slightly would be enough. Cumulatively, that would get it to where it needs to be. Hang on, blank slate while leveling. That's actually cracked. Wait a second. That's with ability level +2. Hang on. That's actually goated. That's actually sick. So now I just leave my hammer out for a bit, and that AoE should be able to kill things? Cool. Experience increase, yeah. If I got a protagonizer... But the XP increase. I'll take that. It is making me think. Like, what if this has been a Wildfire playthrough? Barrage? Barrage probably pretty cracked right now. Restart this character, this isn't fair. What do you mean? I'm just using a Quaking Sunder, a Chaotic Gluttony, and a blank slate. What do you mean this isn't fair?
I've never seen such nimble shooting or sliding. Have a return portal to celebrate.
Did I actually throw your fashion out the window? Yeah, blank slate just looks like this. Time to nerf world drops. Wildfire's a cutie class. You're a cutie idiot. Ha, got him.
Which hook is next to go?
Ability level +2 is so good for all the Sabo things. Oh yeah, definitely. Chaotic Gluttony? Yes. You must not have been here, but an item slot 2 moment. So, fun thing about item slot 2 in vendors is they sometimes give you things you're not supposed to have. For example, it gave me a Gluttony, a Chaotic Gluttony, with an enchantment that isn't supposed to spawn in this level bracket. You can tell because the damage of the Spore Fuse is 0%. That scales up with level. If it's below the level where it's supposed to be there, it's not an actual value. You can see there's a bunch of other enchants. Item slot 2 moment.
One of his hooks into this world. This place is buzzing with lost souls. This place crystals all
Jake.
around to absorb their powers. If you destroy those crystals, the lost soul's energy will be released. And with their powers free,
You were just in the box. You smell like litter. You probably rubbed poop on my face.
oh no, you made the lost souls angry. Such a gorgeous vision. Easily in my top 10.
Oh, you're a brilliant, aren't you?
Potential of really Borg semi-cheated gear. Like, people have seen things like Borea's Breath in item slot 2. Borea's Breath is a dedicated only item. It's not in the world drop pool, but it's been seen there. So, item slot 2 is just kind of cursed.
Too much. Something bad is on the way. What a glorious vision.
Eat bullets, fool! You are breaking the law!
Fair play if it shows up, yeah. I didn't ask for it, but I'll use it. You're just gonna lay there? Fine. I can't see a third of my screen, but fine.
That beam is almost as brilliant as you are. Beautifully executed. I can't wait to say that about Theodore, too. But... Turn portal.
Like the little smiley.
If she's that strong already, she might not need you for much longer.
I need ammo, though. Is this max pistol ammo? I can't... There's a cat head in the way. Okay, I'm looking on the other monitor. Yeah, I'm watching through my stream preview right now, because I can't see my other monitor.
The chains that bind lost souls to stone. The hooks that snatch our spirits from bone. They're all forged here, in the molten heat beneath the mountain. Which means that same heat can be used to destroy them. There must be a control.
Build video for leveling show off your chaotic gluttony. Just simply get lucky.
Who's a good boy?
Sure look OP. Sometimes.
Chester's got you standing in ancient magma now. What won't you do for her?
Instant chasm!
That was close. I'm gonna have a decent amount of souls for spins. That'll be nice. Ow. See, that's the enemy I was talking about. That attack hits hard. Like, at all difficulties. So people probably get in by that and be like, I'm being one-tapped by everything. No, you're being one-tapped by an enemy that's designed to one-tap you.
Is that metal melting, or is it just my heart? Oh, I love this.
See what happens? Let's get casting and blasting!
Quick Center so cracked, yeah. Next drop with liquid cooling somehow avoided the nerf. Yeah, we're gonna get an ascended ×2 liquid cooling.
Another chain melted. I made a portal for you. Aren't I the nicest?
Melted my favorite chains. I can't even look at you right now.
You did it, though. Theodore's time imprisoning us.
How's my ammo? I need more.
Over my dead body.
Alright, that's better.
Yes, that's exactly the idea. Oh, this is exciting. The gate's open. I hope you're ready to fight.
I could use another 10, 20 minutes. Actually, could you come back tomorrow?
Go through the portal when you're ready, hero. And fight for all the lost souls who can't.
Yeah, over 200 souls. Feels good. Feels a good amount of spins. I just gotta actually focus up here, and I probably need this cat to not be in front of my monitor. Love you, cat. Come on, get up. He is not having it. He almost pushed my monitor off my desk. Cage is a troll? It is.
For a chance to touch great. Just like all the other lost souls, you love punishment. You live for it. Well, as the king around here, it's my turn to serve. Chopped to bits on a molten platter! I'm gonna...
No magic left! I feel a storm coming!
Don't do it. Damage type or dagger storms? Gun. Does Gluttony check for the reload damage? This testing appears times 2 does less damage. Times 2 does less because your base damage is factored in the chuck, and times 2 has a lower base damage. It does not account for the second projectile. So it doesn't add the two together, it looks at the one value. So if you had a 700 times 2 versus a 900 times 1, the 700 does less damage on the chuck. Gotta make sense who's actually healing you. Exactly. Damage reload value times the mag. There's formula somewhere in the Discord. But it's bullets remaining in mag, card damage, gun damage, other values in there. I don't know the formula offhand. But it's been quantified. Sen knows. You can ping Sen in Discord. That'll probably get mad at me for saying ping, but oh well. I'm a gamer. Hey Ru, welcome back. How's work? Rune, we got a chaotic gluttony with spore fuse at level 14. Cause item slot 2 moment. Work was good, clean doggos. Nice. Running low on ammo. Might have to use my shotgun here.
Now that's the good stuff.
Yeah, Storm Dragon's Judgment just kind of doesn't. Needs to be slower.
Right in the giblets. Good for what ails you.
There we go. Best cat boss fight ever. Glad you enjoyed. Think Donkey needs adjusted out the direction? No.
So is his hold on all these lost souls. He had such a long run, I never imagined it would end. I dreamt it. I wished it. But I could never see it. Not even in my mirrors. I already feel so much freer.
Give it a minute. He seems like one of those reincarnating kinds.
We may see him again in the future, yes. Being a demon is an eternal calling after all. But next time, it'll be on.
One bullet left. Hey David, how you doing?
You've helped me in more ways than you can ever know. Come, I owe you a reward. You make it work and put it to work so well.
This'll work. Everything works on me.
Your confidence really carries the whole ensemble.
I was gonna say, if that was a Smithies, that would have been amazing. Still, Threads of Fate's really good, especially at this point in time. Learning melee weapon be good to farm for while leveling, just use whatever. Just use whatever. Don't really worry too much about farming while leveling. A good one you can get is, completing the mission from Paladin Mike, that gets you the Paladin Sword. That's pretty decent. But, again, that's a one-time per playthrough thing. However, after you've done that once, it does pop up in your vendor pool. So that's one you could go for. Okay, what to do next? Does the enchantment really work at this level, at this point in time? No, okay. I was gonna say. Always be carrying melee boost crossbow guns? Yeah, melee crossbows are so nice. What the playthrough mood? Yeah, boom. Yeah, doing a Clawbringer playthrough. I'm gonna be using this one to effectively replace my Ghostblade builds because I want one that, hasn't done a Melda. So we just did Fyodor. Spending some stuff at the wheel because we can.
Looks cool. Or looks hot. Whatever the...
Was there one that I could've... Did I use it? I saw it. Oh well. Might not have seen it all. I don't know if it's melee crossbolts. So, if you have a gun that applies crossbolts... okay. See how this one says crossbolts deal increased damage for each crossbolt stuck in the target? It'll specifically say melee damage for melee crossbolts. The ones that just say damage are just gun damage. They're a little misleading. But the melee ones will specifically say melee damage here. If you only do a Melta 1, does only a Melta 1 show up in chambers? Yes. Like, these are melee crossbolts. Target takes 2% increase in melee damage for each crossbolt stuck in the target. I might actually use that, honestly. Hang on. Yeah, that's going there. I can use that. Okay, as much as I want to keep going, finish Great Bow Farm. Yeah, we got one Ascended Great Bow in 148 fired. Gives you an idea of how hard it is to get Ascended items. 148 chances. We got it on one. So, once again, people saying no rare farms. They're full of that doo-doo. So, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Gun damage, not all damage. Yes, it's gone. As I said. Twice. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, we'll continue Clawbringer playthrough. In terms of main story, we have not yet gone and met LeChance or anything, so that's where we are. I'll probably future-proof it a little bit and do a little more DLC stuff. Like, we'll probably do a little soul farming with Ghostblade, maybe see how that goes. Do some side objectives, some stuff and things. Yeah. So tomorrow, definitely more playthrough. The following day will be probably the end of the story for the playthrough. At which point I'll probably move some of the progression to off stream because Thursday we get Fyodor 4. So that's the plan for the week, Wonderlands content-wise. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you, new friends, for stopping in. Nice meeting you. Nice chatting with you. We're in an ad right now. Unfortunate. Let me find somewhere for us to go. Lazy's doing Wonderlands. Tizzle's just chatting. Garwood's on BL3. Doing speed mod. Yeah, let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. Raid message will be just the usual Quag Chad stuff. David Bowling's got it. Not the one with... Damn it, David. I'll go ahead and copy that. Let's say hi to Lazy. He's doing the Wonderlandsing and stuff and things, so give him lots of love. If you enjoyed my content, his is just better, so you'll enjoy his. Thank you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow, 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern. I might start slightly early. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, love you guys. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Hey Quag, how you doing?
Dark means to a dread end.
You must be desperate.
I'm all out of spell stuff. I'm all magic.
I am invincible.
You gonna play through stuff fun? Nice. I'm currently... I finally managed, after 51 rerolls, while playing on my blender. Got a new twin soul in the vendor, by the way. 900 damage, ancient vampire cryo.